네, 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 오늘 KESG 컨퍼런스 곧 한 1, 2분 안에 시작하겠습니다. 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Let me make a quick announcement for you guys. We are about to start the first session of the conference very soon. I guess 1 or 2 minutes. So please take a seat. Started. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the KESG conference. But first of all, what is KESG? That's KAIST Entrepreneurship, Sustainability, and Green Business Conference. These are the keywords we pay special attention to in terms of our research and education here at KAIST College of Business. And they are the keywords we'll talk a lot today with the distinguished speakers, discussants, session chairs, and guests. I'd like to thank all participants for being here to share their valuable perspectives and insights with us today. But before we move on to the very first session, I'm very pleased to have Professor HYUN, Dean of KAIST College of Business. She's here for a welcome speech, and I'm sure she will give us very, very important message for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone and express my sincere appreciation to all of you who help us make this event come together to become a success. And a special thanks to Professor Sang-Chan Park, who organized this event perfectly. And also special thanks to Professor Seung-Yeon Lee, who will give us a keynote speech. The 6th Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report said that we have only 30 months to minimize the damaging effect of global warming. Greenhouse gases, deforestation, pollution, and carbon emissions are the main reasons for global warming and climate change. We need to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 2025 at the latest to meet the global warming limit. We even don't have to mention the laws and the regulations. We realize the need for sustainable growth is already intertwined with the numerous pain points and the challenge we encounter in our daily lives. So we cannot delay the take actions right now. We must find ways for human development to coexist harmoniously with the environment and the ecosystem we all live in. Also, it's time for us to focus on the huge impact that can be brought by different genders, races, minority groups, etc. Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, said, "People with disabilities represent one of the world's largest untapped talented people, and we need to create the inclusive workplace that nurtures this talent." It is worth noting that a female scientist, Eunice Newton-Foote, was the first to discover the possibility of the greenhouse effect. Yet, regrettably, we have played this lopsided game for far too long, neglecting the socially and or geographically disadvantaged. Recent research by Professor Sante Kim, who is with us today, showed that local venture deeply generate the distinctive and sustainable contribution to the local communities. So I'm sure he will share more about his findings this afternoon. In In sum, we are at a critical junction in our journey toward the sustainable development. Sustainable development is not a distant idea, but a fundamental necessity that permeates every aspect of our lives. Let us embark this journey together, recognizing the importance of a clean environment, inclusive social progress, and the power of local engagement. The time to get engaged is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yoon, Dean of KAIST College of Business, for memorable welcome remarks. Now, let me give you a quick overview of the conference today. We'll begin with a keynote speech, followed by 3 main sessions. All session chairs are KAIST faculty members. Professor Joo-Hoon Han will be in charge of the first session, Research on Entrepreneurship under Adversity. Professor Jin-Soo Han will serve as session chair of the second session, where we'll discuss important issues of sustainability and entrepreneurship. Professor Yoon Seok-baek will be session chair of the third session, Research on Gender and Entrepreneurship. And session 4 is a special one, where we can hear the voice from the young and from the world. Mr. Byung-il Chang from Green Idol Lab will lead exciting panel discussion for us. Now, let's move on to the keynote speech. It's my great pleasure and privilege to have Professor Seung-hyun Lee here as a keynote speaker for this conference. So Professor Lee is a professor at the Jindal School of Management, University of Texas at Dallas. He received his PhD in Strategic Management and International Business from the Ohio State University. His research focuses on interesting and important topics regarding international entrepreneurship, initial public offerings, institutional voids, and most interestingly from my perspective, the dark side of Greek government and business relations such as bribery and tax evasion. You can easily find his studies in top journals like Organization Science, Strategic Management Journal, Academy of Management Review, and many more. So today, Professor Lee will give a presentation with a very interesting title, One Odd Way to Promote Entrepreneurship and Sustainability. Now, please join me in welcoming Professor Lee with a warm round of applause.
Thanks so much for the overwhelming introduction. And like as introduced, it is actually the very odd, to have a title like this, one odd way to promote entrepreneurship and sustainability. So I want to be a little bit provocative today and then think about, there are many different ways that, promote entrepreneurship and at the same time sustainability. But is there in a way that is neglected in a way, but at the same time pretty odd because it doesn't seem like promoting entrepreneurship. However, if it does, how it does? How does it do? So that's the main concern or like the main point that I want to make for, in my keynote speech. So there are many ways to promote entrepreneurship. Actually, it is well studied at the same time when it comes to practitioners. These are pretty much the things that people count. So such as like give access to financial support, of course. It's very, very important to do that. And many companies, entrepreneurs, they benefit from access to financial support and differential support as well. At the same time, a lot of entrepreneurs, when I talk to them, they say, so many red tapes, and I cannot do anything because of all these rules and regulations. And that the eliminating some red tapes and lowering those barriers, of course, helps. But at the same time, there are many other ways, such as like providing education, training, all these things, including all like that in addition, such as tax incentives, and that the rule of law, that kind of literature talk about simplify startup process. Great. The thing is there anything else? So that's great, but still a lot of firms fail. At the same time, a lot of firms, or a lot of people, a lot of entrepreneurs, they engage in entrepreneurship, but are they really successful? And is there any other way? So is there any way that very important, but at the same time, kind of neglected? So this was part of my career that I looked into, this avenue. At the same time, the literature talks about this, and that is actually pretty odd and pretty provocative. So can you actually help in failing? I know it's pretty odd, okay, so you talk about entrepreneurship, talk about prospering, and all of a sudden you have to talk about failing. So, let me know that they get the point across the room here. So the thing is, firms fail, always fail. Entrepreneurs, they actually seek risk. And it's inevitable, because if you want to be an entrepreneur, you have to find opportunities that is not seen in the past. In many cases, those are not actually tried before. If that is the case, it's inevitable to fail. And the thing is, if failing is costly, what happens then? If failing is costly, the thing is, if exit barrier is high, that translates into entry barrier. So people, when they look at, is this going to be a consequence of failure, and there's high, that the probability of failing, then why should I start a business? If that's the case, making it easy to fail actually can promote people, entrepreneurs, to engage in risky entrepreneurial endeavor. Of course, as I said, there are many different ways. However, at the same time, this is one very important but very much neglected. Because especially when I came to Korea, and then given that the topic I want to talk about, I talked to many people and looked around and looked at different TV advertisements and things on subways and everything. It's more that I'm going to help you this way, help that way. And many of them is promoting different ways. But I never seen anything about make them easy to fail. But it's very important. Why is that? Let's take a look. When it comes to, the one thing we can look at is stringent bankruptcy laws. If it's very hard to go bankrupt, if it's very hard to fail, then the thing is that the anticipation of this high cost in case of bankruptcy or fail deters entry, as I talked about, and self-employment. And at the same time, it's not just about they deter entry, even if a person or entrepreneur enter into entrepreneurship, they won't be seeking risk. So actually, the high exit barriers actually decrease the level of risk taken at the inception. So if you lower that, the exit barrier, actually the risk taken will be higher. So the thing is, on average in the United States, about 90% of entrepreneurs fail. That's inevitable. And if you try to keep it up to make it 50% to survive, that means about 40% that should have gone out of business are staying. So is it a good thing? Because those resources that could be used for better purposes are staying or stagnant at certain firms. So that is very painful to fail. It's very painful, especially when it comes to entrepreneurs. But when it comes to we level up a little bit, look at the society as a whole, actually it can benefit a lot from failures. That's what it is. So at the same time, that it is not just about all these legal or that the formal institutions. Informally, the problem is failure, especially in a society where the exit barrier is very high, actually stigma is pretty high attached to bankruptcy. So for example, Korea is one, but when you look at our neighbor country in Japan, that even recently that many people actually take their lives when they fail their business. That's the stigma attached to bankruptcy, stigma attached to failure. So lowering this stigma actually will promote people, will encourage people to enter into entrepreneurship. That is the basis. Then, what's the rationale from the academia standpoint for making failure less painful? So at the different people, there were different scholars talked about this, and Rita Macross, which is one of those the leaders when it comes to looking into failure, she says that she argues that the key issue is not avoiding failure. That's not the issue. The issue is actually managing the cost of failure. So making it easy to fail, which means like making it less costly by limiting exposure to downside, which is like that the exposure to bankruptcy, high like cost bankruptcy, while preserving access to attractive opportunities and maximizing gains. When like, the downside is minimized, there's upside gain. So because people want to get into entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship is risky, like that the endeavor, and that'll actually like increase the upside. That's our argument. At the same time, economists, they cannot, avoid talking about this as well. And then Nikhil, for example, he says that perhaps competition works not by forcing efficiency on individual firms, but by letting many flowers bloom and ensuring only the best survive. So the ones that are more capable, more likely to survive, should survive. Those ones that they should not, may not have to survive, to make sure those resources are transformed into other business and used for better purposes. At the same time, this is one of the works I've done, and then it is about encouraging economic and competitive variety and add value to society. When more people get into business, those who are not going to join, but because of decrease of this exit barrier, if they join, actually they increase differences, they increase variety. So those ways that would not have been tried will be tried by those people entering into businesses. So this is the premise when it comes to making it less painful. So let's take a little more about the upsides. So failing itself actually has a lot of implications. One is, if a firm that should have failed fails, then it actually eliminates the practice that that leads to failure. That's a good thing. So for the Volcan firm that failed, that is eliminated. So the Volcan firm, by going bankrupt or like by failing, actually that practice is not pursued anymore, which is like an inefficient way of doing business when it comes to that business. At the same time, it is not just the Volcan firm. Other firms, they learn what not to do. At least you learn one way that doesn't work from the bystander standpoint. If that's the case, they find ways not to fail. That actually, at the collectively, societal level, transforms the population level. It can be the industry, at the same time, society or a country. So, let me give an example. Uber is a good example. Not because Uber is successful, but Uber is actually not the first ride-sharing company. Well, people are like, oh, really? I thought Uber is the first one. Actually, it is not. Actually, the first company that started ride-sharing, of course, it went bankrupt. It failed. So nobody remembers, pretty much. And the name was very lame. The name of the company was actually Sidecar. I know, what a lame name. Not because of the lame name they failed, but still they failed. But anyway, the name was very lame, a Sidecar. That was the first endeavor when it comes to ride-sharing. And that company failed. And eventually that company got acquired by GM, General Motors. So it's still surviving when it comes to technology. But the technology itself was, actually the company was VC backed and everything, got funding and everything, but still they failed. So it's not like it was totally irrelevant technology. It was relevant. It was the first initiating firm, but failed. Because it's very risky. And Uber learned from that and said we'll do this, do that, and become the icon when it comes to ride-sharing company. So we all kind of naively that they believe that Uber is the first company when it comes to ride-sharing, and which is not. And the thing is that not only that company went bankrupt and one way of should not be doing business and it's gone, at the same time Uber learned what to do, at the population level it totally changed because we have so many companies that actually entered into this business. At the same time, we do find that taxi industry is changing. So many taxi drivers are gone out of business as well, but many taxi companies changing their services into much more upgraded level and finding ways to survive. So giving better service and everything. So we do find there's huge change and entrepreneur opportunities that they're taking place after this kind of endeavor. So actually failure is actually helping a lot. So when you look at it from the population level, it helps a lot. Now, the thing is, okay, so what does it have to do when it comes to sustainability? So this conference is about the entrepreneurship and sustainability. So looking at this from those sustainable entrepreneurship, those entrepreneurs actually geared toward sustainability. So those are the ones among those entrepreneurs, they focus on sustainability. So that, in a simple way, we can look at it this way. Too extreme, of course. One is like, just pursuing financial success. Of course, it's very important. That's like one most important, like, purpose for businesses, because, they are there to make money. That's what it is. We cannot blame that, because, that's a good thing to do as well. But at the same time, when it comes to pursuing dual purposes, financial success, at the same time pursuing their cause, which is sustainability. But if you narrow down like your purpose into very narrow area that overlaps between the two when it comes to financial success and environmental sustainability, like in general, becomes much more risky to do so. So these are the areas that people are not as much encouraged to jump into because it's very risky. However, if it actually get the risk a little bit lower by making sure that you have low exit barrier, it'll actually provide higher entry barrier. I mean, the lower entry barrier. If that's the case, actually people take more risk, and that risk, which is more risky endeavor, is financial success plus environmental sustainability, there'll be more people actually entering into that area. So if that's the case, that actually is not just promoting entrepreneurship, at the same time entrepreneurship with sustainability. So now, let's take a look at a little bit more like the differential effects. So in a way, what are the things that we can find more fine-grained like implications? So one is about looking at the capabilities of entrepreneurs. So lowering the exit barrier, does it affect entrepreneurs, all entrepreneurs uniformly, or differentiated or disproportionately like benefit more of one kind of group over the other? So past studies look at the capabilities of entrepreneurs and how do they differ when it comes to how much they gain from this lowered exit barrier. So people find like that over and over that to disproportionately increase high growth venture run by more capable entrepreneurs. So these folks looked at the education level, and they do find that when it comes to lower like an exit barrier, those actually are more capable, or like that at least like they show more capability in terms of education, actually get into entrepreneurship much more than those who are not. And the reason is because these are the ones have many, many more alternatives. They can actually have their own job, not just starting their own business, in different companies, and they are like better fared. At the same time, like they are like valued in many other areas. At the same time, these are the ones that they actually looked at, okay, these are the capable ones. So the thing is, if they fail, the cost of failure, much bigger for these people compared to others. Others, like who are not capable in terms of education, for example, that if they fail, people say, okay, he or she was going to fail anyway. But if somebody who has like everything like under their belt and they fail, they're, I thought he was good. I thought she was really great. But he was not. So all this like that the loss of legitimacy is there. So these are the ones that that'll be more shunning away from and starting their own business. But if you lower exit barrier, these are the ones benefit disproportionately more than others who are less capable. That's what they find. Why? Because of loss of legitimacy, because that's huge, because they have a lot to lose, a lot more to lose. At the same time, because of that, they feel diminished risk. Oh, now I have less risk because that the low exit barrier. And this leads actually these firms to enter into high uncertainty area, which includes actually entrepreneurship plus sustainability. So eventually what they find is that the more capable individuals will look at the more likely that they're under lenient bankruptcy laws, that they'll be that they'll be more into sustainable entrepreneurship. So is it only the one kind of differential effect? There are others. So gender effect. So women and men. No matter what, we know that they are different. Of course, there are individual differences and everything, but as a group, women and men. So we know a lot of successful the women and entrepreneurs. However, at the same time, when it comes to the population level, we all, so many different studies in the past show women are risk averse compared to men. And that's why people say, or like Scarlett's find, that well, then women are less likely, than men to become entrepreneurs. So which means actually this failure is much more painful for women than men. So if you make it easier to fail, disproportionately will benefit women than men. Because if men were going to start their business anyway without lowering the risk of exit barrier, there will be not much difference between the two. However, when it comes to women, if they see this as an opportunity to actually start their own businesses, then actually this will give benefits, disproportionately more benefits to women compared to men. So more women actually create sustainability business there. One last thing is that the making failure less painful, that when it comes to new ventures, the thing is, especially when it comes to green, when it comes to sustainability, that incumbents have much fewer incentives to do so compared to those new entrants. For this study, that they say it is like Goliath and David and Goliath. And Goliath, those are very conservative firms, always successful, so they are less likely to take risk. But it is those like new entrepreneurs that will take risk, which means lowering exit barrier will encourage more entrepreneurs to get into this business, sustainability business. If that's the case, these are the ones actually going to change the world. Because conservative ones, those incumbents, won't be taking as much risk. However, the thing is the impact, spillover effect. So now, they call it rebels, rebels and incumbents. Rebels, those Davis, those small ones, are the ones that are pioneering. But at the same time, we talked about those differences when it comes to risk they have taken. Entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs who are pursuing sustainability. So much more risk involved. If that's the case, then it's very unfortunate, but most of them fail. Because they're pursuing a very hard goal. Purpose is there. However, it is not, of course, we talked about the benefit of failing, but at the same time, because those that they're getting into this industry are taking more risk, reward, kind of like the relationship, they will be the ones that actually showing the most rewards. Not just for them, but the societal level. Especially that those entrepreneurs pursuing sustainability, these are not the ones that I just want to benefit out of this and that's it. These are the ones I want to have impact. So they'll do our purposes. If these are the ones in the business and successful, these are the ones going to change the industry. So those small Davies, if they have become successful because the lower exit barrier, which will lead to the lower entry barrier, these are the ones who will be very successful. Most of them fail, but if few of them very successful, they are the ones that change the whole industry. If that's the case, at the societal level as a whole, there'll be huge gain, even though that individual failure is so painful. If that's the case, it's not a bad way actually to move into. So the thing is, those successful ones actually spur incumbents, those conservatives, to change. So successful ones will impact others, spillover effect. So the thing is, these incumbents are less ambitious, of course. They won't be as provocative, as risk-taking as entrepreneurs. However, the impact will be there. So the good thing is that the less ambitious, but still they'll be getting into more sustainability business. At the same time, these are the ones that attain bigger goals. Example, Patagonia. Patagonia, like the Ivan and the owner, started business to make an impact. He said, I don't care if this goes away, go bankrupt, because my purpose is to change the industry, not to be successful. That was his purpose. He's more extreme. So financial success was not his goal at all. But it's more like NGO, his company was, when it incepted. And still like it is, pretty much, I believe. And the thing is, when they found out many different ways of doing business more sustainably, what he did was he shared his technology without any cost for others, for free. So this is the new development I had, R&D, invested in everything. This new way to make sure environmentally friendly materials are used, environmentally friendly ways of doing business or production is this way, so come and learn from us without any cost involved. So this Patagonia not only changed those other companies who are pursuing those like very, very differentiated, very, very like the expensive clothes and other equipments, actually Patagonia affected and made sure Walmart changed. If Walmart changes, Walmart gets into more environmentally friendly business, that's something. Walmart is known for against like those things because they are like cost is everything. EDLP was the motto of Walmart. If a company can change Walmart to get into more sustainable business, that's something. Patagonia is the one that did. So he was cared much less when it comes to failure. So how does it come? Because the lower cost for him mentally and everything made sure like he gets into. So of course like he's an odd guy, like that's what I did. But if like at a societal level, if we can lower the exit barrier, actually it'll work in a similar way to make sure others who didn't have got into the entrepreneurship get into entrepreneurship. So now, what's ahead then? So with all these things, what to take away? Take away is that as a society, like it's like the matter of degree, but all society like have success bias. So if you're not successful, like there's like that the stigma attached. So we try to convey a message that success bias is there, so not get into too much into this, which means that failure is an option. In many cases, we say failure is not an option. Make sure it happens, and failure is not an option. But let's show like it's an option as well. Then academically, that we can look at failure as an independent variable. In many cases, we look at it as a dependent variable, or at best, like as Sean did, like looking at it as control variable. But let's look at it like as an independent variable. If that's the case, we'll find much bigger impact of failure on each firm at the same time, at the industry, and at the same time at the societal level. And thanks for inviting me, and thanks for everything. And hopefully I shared a little bit about like one odd way as an art scholar. Thanks so much.
Yeah, please, one more round of applause for Professor Lee. So from now on, I'm not afraid of failure anymore. Maybe I could embrace failure as something that could be useful to me. So thank you for a very impressive presentation. Now we are moving on to our first main session, which will be run by Professor Joo-Hoon Han. So Professor Han, please. 예, 맞습니다. 뒤에서 하실 거예요.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming. And also, I'd like to thank Professor Yoon, our dean, and also Professor Park for organizing and supporting this great conference. I'm truly honored to be part of this conference. And I'll be chairing a session where we'll be talking about entrepreneurship under adversity. And we do have great scholars to talk about this topic as speaker and also as a discussant. So today's speaker is Professor Suntae Kim from Johns Hopkins University, Carey School of Business. Professor Kim received a PhD in management from University of Michigan, and then he started his academic career at Boston College, and then he's now at Johns Hopkins University. He's a leading scholar on this topic, entrepreneurship and in special context. And his overall research examine when and how a new forms of organizing emerge, especially in the context of adversity, such as discrimination and crisis and poverty and the like. He does conduct lots of interesting studies along this line, and he did publish many important papers in some of our very top journals. And the speaker will spend about 30 minutes of presenting his research, and then we will have about 15 minutes of discussion. And the discussion for today is Professor HYUN Park from Seoul National University, and he also went to University of Michigan for his PhD, and then he's a former faculty at University of Southern California, and then he's now at Seoul National University. Professor Park studies again another interesting research which looks at how organizational leaders interpret and cope with the firm's external environment, and how that coping affect the firm's strategy and outcomes. And as you may know, Professor Park is a renowned scholar in strategy area, and he's currently a associate editor for Strategic Management Journal. So after the 15 minutes of discussion, I'll open up the floor for additional questions and discussion and the like. Okay, so with that, let me turn over to our speaker, Professor Suntae Kim. Yes.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I can see that all of you are looking at very large face of mine. This is quite embarrassing. So let me start the presentation as soon as possible. Okay, this is better. So thank you so much for inviting me. This is a great honor to be participating in this very meaningful conference. And today I'll be talking about entrepreneurship for local revitalization. I'll be mostly sharing tales from post-industrial Detroit. I have to ask for your understanding. It's a little dark here. It's 30 minutes past midnight here in Eastern United States. So, and my office doesn't have a good lighting, so it's a little dark. I wanted to ask for your understanding, and I might be a little bit slow in terms of speaking and thinking because I typically am deep in the sleep at around this time. Okay, let me start. Oops. So, overview. So what I'm going to present today is based on in-depth qualitative research on 2 incubators in Detroit. I did ethnography for 2.5 years, and then I did follow-up archival research for the following 6 years. So it's based on my dissertation research in University of Michigan, started in 2020 and ended in 2012. Started in 2012 and ended in 2020. See, it's past midnight here. So this talk is based on multiple publications. So there were 2 academic papers published out of this project, one in ASQ, the other in AMJ, and also 2 practitioner-oriented articles were published out of this project. So if you have any questions or if you want to know more about this project after the presentation, please feel free to refer to these articles. So let me talk about Detroit. So the building that you're looking at right now is Michigan Central Station. When it was built in 1918, it was one of the most advanced, most beautiful, highest buildings in the country. It's 18th floor building, and it was the famous gateway to industrial hub, industrial Midwest in Detroit. But this is how it looks right now. As you can see, there's no glasses in the windows. You can actually see through the building from the distance. The building has been abandoned for a long time. There's no train stopping, and it really symbolizes the decline of the city. Detroit used to be the Silicon Valley in 1920s. It was the epicenter of innovation. It's the place where, mass manufacturing of cars has started. And also it was the place called Arsenal of Democracy, because all the ammunitions and weapons and jeeps were manufactured in Detroit and shipped to Europe to defeat Nazi Germany. But that glorious history ended around 1950s. Since 1950s, 93% of manufacturing jobs disappeared. Nearly 29% of unemployment rate in the beginning of 2010s. and more than a third of residents are living in poverty. The city population decreased by 60%, and 25%, a quarter of residential properties are abandoned. So that makes city look like this. There are a lot of abandoned houses, a lot of blight issues. And all this decline culminated with the largest municipal bankruptcy in 2013, which was when I started my dissertation research. So this problem is because of the historical decline of the automotive industry. When Detroit was in its heyday, it was the epicenter of innovation in automotive industry. But after, Germany started making cars, Japan started making cars with the steep global competition, many of the automotive firms in Detroit actually moved their plants to other places where labor cost is much cheaper. So that led to the historic and chronicle decline of the city. And this problem is not unique to Detroit, actually. And there are a lot of other post-industrial cities in the world. In the United States, you can think of Cleveland, Ohio, Buffalo, New York, Baltimore, Maryland, where I am right now, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And these are the places where these are all the places that used to be the center of industrial revolution in the United States. And these cities used to be prospering places. But with the beginning of deindustrialization, now these places are struggling economically. These places are the places where poverty is concentrated and all the social and economic problems persist. And it's not just a problem in the United States. Since the conference is happening right now in South Korea, there are places, the industrial cities in South Korea, Gaoje, Gumi, Gunsan. These are all the places that used to be the center of industrialization in South Korea, but now these cities are experiencing steep decline because of deindustrialization. So the problem that Detroit has is shared by many places around the world. And a lot of people started to address these problems with the means of entrepreneurship. Not because these places are particularly good for entrepreneurship, but because entrepreneurship is maybe perhaps one of the last resorts for these places. Large corporate employers have already left, or they went out of business. So, and these places have very weak charitable organizations, very weak municipal government. So, which leaves these cities left with the only choice of entrepreneurship, trying to start a new business to revitalize themselves. The question is, how can entrepreneurship contribute to revitalizing impoverished locales like post-industrial cities? The question is, we know there are successful ways to develop entrepreneurship, but do these ways work for places like Detroit? I addressed this question with qualitative inductive research with processual focus. For those who are not academics in the audience, I try to explain what I do in a more understandable way. So there are 3 steps involved in qualitative inductive research with processual focus. Right now here, as you can see, the hodgepodge of data points. This is the reality. This is the phenomena. This is the raw data that we are looking at. From here, the first step is identifying processual patterns that you can see from the data. And then the next step is making theoretical sense of the patterns that you observed from the data. You iterate, between the data and the literature and really trying to make a theoretical sense. What does this mean? I see these patterns from this data. What do they mean in terms of theory? Answering these questions is the task for the second step. And the last step is the outcome of this process. The outcome of this process is not testing hypothesis, as we are more familiar with, but the outcome of this process is developing a new perspective, giving the world a new ways to understand the phenomena, so that future researchers might be able to develop new hypotheses to test in subsequent research. So that's basic kind of rationale and logic of qualitative inductive research. So I'll follow my presentation based on these three steps of research. So first is identifying processual patterns in data. And the data that I looked at was ethnographic data from 2 business incubators in Detroit. So I tried to extract processual patterns from all the observations and interviews that I did in 2 incubators and try to identify some patterns. So essentially the stories. So I'm going to tell you 2 stories of 2 business incubators, very different. Those very different business incubators in Detroit. First, let me take you Excel. Excel is a business accelerator. It was affiliated with a large local corporation, and its goal was turning Detroit into next Silicon Valley within 10 years. It started in 2013, so obviously their goal has not been met yet. They had 6 months accelerator program for a cohort of 4 to 6 businesses, and they had 3 major business leaders, about 40, and they also had about 40 portfolio startups. So they very truly followed this business accelerator model that was developed out of Silicon Valley. So Y Combinators and Techstars, these are the famous names in the business acceleration industry, and they they essentially followed these successful methods that were developed by successful business accelerators. So let me tell you a story of Boutique Buy. Boutique Buy is a venture that was developed out of Excel. And I want to show you how Boutique Buy's business idea evolved over time through their acceleration program, Excel's acceleration program. Boutique Buy's owner was Robin. She had a background in tech, in fashion, and she had a really big heart. And she really wanted to help brick and mortar local boutiques, fashion retailers in Detroit. So her business, Boutique Buy, started with 3 main elements. First, the main customers, the only customers are the brick and mortar local boutiques. So fashion retailers who don't have online presence. For them, she wanted to create online showroom where people can reserve items, fashion items like clothes and shoes, but they could not buy. They had to visit these physical stores to complete the purchasing process. And to assist this process, Robin was also thinking about creating inventory management systems for these brick and mortar local boutiques. This idea started to get a huge pushback, as you might be able to understand, as you might be able to expect from the idea itself, from the mentors in Excel, such as, how likely is it that you'll ever be able to do this to all the stores nationwide? I can tell you my concern is that human-intensive ideas are not scalable. You'll get a lot of questions like this from investors. What do good entrepreneurs do? They pivot following the feedback and the advice. So Robin quickly expanded the customer to include online fashion boutiques, those fashion retailers that already have online presence. But still, other aspects of the business idea were still getting a lot of challenge from the mentors in Excel. Mentors in Excel would say, you can do this in Detroit, but you're not going to do that in Kansas. This is not going to be your primary source of revenue. You have to ask yourself if this is something you can do all over the country. Especially they were attacking this inventory management system idea because it was taking quite a lot of time of the CEO of the company. So after weeks of resistance, Robin eventually dropped that idea. Eventually realized that creating inventory management systems for brick and mortar local boutiques may not be scalable. So with that, the business idea quickly shifts towards nationwide fashion boutiques rather than Detroit's brick and mortar local retailers. And as all the entrepreneurs do in the acceleration program, they developed MVP, minimal viable product, and they did beta test. And unfortunately, this online showroom, online reservation idea did not get a lot of traction. So the mentors of Excel told Robin, here's my recommendation. Don't pitch for funding yet. I can tell you right now that based on what you have now, we wouldn't invest 100K in your business idea. And Robin reacts quite emotionally. What we have built with the funding we got from Excel was a tool where local retailers can upload their products. To me, that's not false positive. It's real. I came here with a big vision, and then it was broken down to pieces, and I built something for just one piece. But eventually, she changed the idea following the feedback because she didn't want to be the failure. Not getting the funding from the accelerator means failure in this context. So at the end of the acceleration program, Boutique Buy became an e-commerce store targeted for nationwide fashion boutiques. The idea evolved quite dramatically into a format that can quickly scale nationwide. Other businesses in Excel evolved in a very similar way. So all 19 ventures expanded beyond Detroit local market within about a year on average. Expansion led to successful fundraising, and successful fundraising led to another expansion. So there was this mutual reinforcing cycle between expansion and fundraising. An interesting consequence of that was short local presence in Detroit. These ventures out of Excel had short local presence in Detroit, not just because they were failing, but also because they were successful. The more successful they were, the more likely they were to leave Detroit for more source of investment, for better talent, and for better access to knowledge in the industry. All of them lacks in Detroit. So 7 years later, 15 out of 19 ventures ceased operation in Detroit. Many of them were acquired by large non-local companies, or they relocated to entrepreneurship hubs such as Silicon Valley, Seattle, Boston. So at the end of the day, Excel Ventures lacked explosive but short-lived impact. At the peak, 19 ventures created 125 local jobs, but as of 2020, remaining firms maintained about 30 local jobs. So it was explosive, but did not last long. And many of the successful firms, Excel, don't get me wrong, Excel created a lot of successful ventures, but they do not exist in Detroit anymore. Now, let me take you to Green. Another incubator, they regarded themselves as alternative business incubator. Their mission was achieving sustainable revitalization of Detroit. And they had their incubation process called seed design. They did about 5-6 months of seed design process for individual startups. They had 2 main mentors and they had about 40 businesses in residence. Now, let me take you inside green. Let me tell you the story of Dog Pound, which was one of the ventures who were incubated out of green. And here I want you to buckle up because the story that I'll be telling you is a strange story. It's not a typical story that you can hear from entrepreneurship context. So, Dog Pound's the founder is Adrian. She used to be a vet technician. So those people who help vets to take care of dogs and cats. She came into green with an idea of opening a pet store that sells reclaimed pet products, and also by selling these products, she also wanted to give some advice to the pet owners about how to take care of pets. Their process was very weird. They did not start talking about how to, make the idea look good or make the idea likable to investors. But they started internal reflection. They spent weeks and weeks of time to ask questions to Adrian so that they can find deep root, which is defined as something that stayed with the founder for a long time, which the person is passionate about and has the potential to benefit others. So instead of talking about the market and investors, they were talking about Adrian's past, Adrian's memory of the first pet, Adrian's personal view about pet ownership and how to build and maintain relationships with their animal companions. After weeks of reflection, they came up with Adrian's deep root, which was her unique personal philosophy around pet ownership. Pets are neither properties nor humans, and that humans can relate with animals in a way that appreciates their wild nature. So out of this deep root, there's a radical pivot. So they started with the idea of retail, and now the idea evolved into a service that addresses human-animal relationship issues. That's what they called seed of her business. And as a aside, I recently adopted a puppy, very obnoxious one, and I'm having a lot of relational problems with this dog. And now that I think about this idea, it was a brilliant business idea. Now with the seed, maybe you were thinking that now is the time to think about investors. But the mentors at Green explicitly discouraged entrepreneurs from getting investment because of the point that Professor Lee said earlier in the keynote speech, the cost of failure. They were saying that Silicon Valley has a capacity to withstand that kind of failure rate because those people that are getting laid off from the work have a master's degree in computer science and just go to the next startup. They have a whole ecosystem that is built around that. But in Detroit, when that person fails, they're standing in the soup line trying to get food. There's no next job to jump to. In Detroit, the cost of failure was too high, and the mentors in Green didn't want their entrepreneurs to get themselves under the structure of that cycle of fundraising. Instead, they engaged in this alternative resourcing practice or resourcing mode that we later termed local bricolage, repurposing and recombining locally available resources to address locally specific problems and opportunities. How did they do local bricolage? They first started looking for those local actors in Detroit who may suffer from, relationship problems between humans and their animal companions, and how her Adrian's seed can help their problems. So they discovered that local shelters were suffering from this huge problem of relinquishment, which means those adopted pets are coming back to the shelter. So for them, a dog pound was able to provide adoption counseling and animal behavior hotline service. For local landlords who are suffering from all these problems of pet-related complaints, Dog Pound was able to provide animal companion education service. And the city of Detroit was suffering from stray dog epidemic because people were leaving the city and they just left their dogs behind, and these dogs become wild dogs, and these wild dogs were attacking people, attacking pedestrians, attacking kids, and actually there were fatalities because of stray dogs. And Dog Pound was providing service for city of Detroit, educational campaigns and individual consultations to alleviate the city's stray dog epidemic. So this is a typical way how venture ideas developed out of green. Understandably, quite naturally, right, none of them expanded beyond Detroit because they were designed to feed the resources that are unique in Detroit. They grew steadily through engaging a series of local partnerships. So there's another cycle of mutual reinforcement. Once they were successful with the local bricolage, that leads to another opportunities for local bricolage. And many of the green ventures grew by engaging in a series of different local bricolages with different local actors. 7 years later, 6 out of 8 businesses still operated in Detroit, and they left quite different kind of impact. Total 18 jobs were created by these 8 businesses and 15 remain as of 2020. It sounds small, it seems small, but if you consider all the new jobs that were created by their partnering organizations, collaborators, local collaborators, they created more than 250 jobs through the partnership with green ventures. And most importantly, these green ventures provided otherwise unavailable solutions to Detroit-specific issues. Detroit was suffering from food desert problem, urban blight, stray dog problems, and all these problems could not be addressed because the city government is bankrupt. There's no large corporate employers who can deal with this, and there was very weak infrastructure of charitable nonprofit organizations. So these green ventures were providing solutions that can lead to the solutions that would not have been provided by anyone else. So here is one example of another venture in green, and this is how they grew over time. It's the name of the venture is Food Lab Detroit. It was founded as an organization to support underprivileged local food entrepreneurs, mostly women, mostly African American. They started with 15 members. And after the seed design process at Green, they repurposed underutilized kitchens in local churches and daycare centers to provide licensed kitchen space for members. This was their first local bricolage. If you think about underprivileged local food entrepreneurs, they don't have kitchen. In order to sell the food, you have to produce this food in a licensed kitchen, but they don't have access to that. To solve this problem, Food Lab approached local churches and daycare centers because they have licensed kitchens, but they don't use it all the time. So they were utilizing these underutilized kitchens for their members. And also, these underprivileged local food entrepreneurs don't have access to widespread customers, right? So Food Lab connected with Detroit Eastern Market, which is largest farmers market in Detroit, and again did another round of local bricolage. So they linked their member food entrepreneurs to Detroit Eastern Market so that these food entrepreneurs could sell their produce through Detroit Eastern Market. Later, they began collaborating with Detroit's urban farmers to procure fresh local produce, and with this work, they started receiving funding from local charitable organizations, and by 2016, the members grew to be more than 200 local food entrepreneurs. And again, 2018, they collaborated with local restaurants and nonprofits to showcase member businesses through creating pop-up stores. And interestingly, Food Lab itself did not expand beyond Detroit, but its model was exported to Australia. And there's actually Food Lab in Sydney that was created after Food Lab Detroit. By 2018, they reached combined revenue of 7.5 million, creating 252 jobs. So this is one successful example of ventures in green, and it shows a practical example of how local bricolage can lead to scaling, not scaling up, but scaling deep. So now, what does this all mean? I identified some processual patterns by looking at these two incubators and how ventures were developed out of these two incubators. And now it's time to make theoretical sense of these patterns. I focus on this concept of venture growth scale because there were these ventures out of Excel and out of Green were growing at a very, very different way. And in the existing literature, there's no concept to explain or to describe these two very different ways of growth. So I borrow this concept of scale from ecology. In ecology, scale is defined as spatial and temporal attributes of a biophysical or social process. To explain scale, the concept of scale a little bit more concretely, there are two examples. Left one is tornadoes. Tornadoes are the biophysical process, climate process that have very short, relatively short temporal scale because tornadoes last about weeks. And that also, these tornadoes have very small spatial scale. Tornadoes can, at most, it can cover several states. But if you compare that to climate change on the right, it's a process with a very long temporal scale that spans centuries. And it's a process that covers the entire globe and very large, broad spatial scale. So as I was trying to make theoretical sense of the observation from Excel and Green, I was able to see that this concept of scale can be used to describe the difference between the ventures out of two incubators. So Excel ventures were doing scaling up. They were growing in broad spatiality and short temporality. They were achieving nationwide expansion within 3 to 5 years. But ventures out of Green were doing scaling deep. The growth that has very narrow spatiality, actually anchored in one city, but has long temporality that exists for a long time and that creates impacts for a longer time. So it shows that we tend to believe that there's one way of successful growth for entrepreneurs, which is scaling up, quickly scaling to a large, to a broad spatiality. But this conceptualization tells us that there may be scaling up might be one particular way of venture growth. Ventures can grow in multiple ways. It can scale up and also it can scale deep. And another important part is what causes this divergence? What causes this difference? What we found from the data is different resourcing modes, especially in the early stage design process. This is a graphical illustration of how Excel Ventures grew. It started with venture capital financing, and as they were trying to seek venture capital financing, their business model changed towards universal demands. And there is a mutually reinforcing cycle. And out of that cycle, the Excel Ventures were making contributions to broad geographical areas. And as a consequence of it, they were exiting from their impoverished origin. But ventures out of green were showing very different trajectory. They started with the local bricolage, and because they were doing more local bricolage, their business model progressively changed towards locally specific demands. And again, there's a mutually reinforcing cycle between resourcing and business model change. And as a result, these green ventures were making contributions that reverberates throughout the impoverished locale. So 2 important insights from this theorization. First, scale of venture growth process can vary spatially and temporally. Scaling up is one famous and popular way, but it's not the only way. Successful ventures can be successful, not achieving scaling up, but achieving scaling deep. Another important point is scale of venture growth is shaped by what resourcing mode was employed at the time of business model design. As you can see from the comparison between the 2 incubators, what really matters is the beginning. From the beginning, unwittingly, we are shaping our business ideas so that they can appeal investors, venture capital investors. And by doing so, we are unwittingly shaping the scale of growth of these ventures. When the business model design process, the early stage of entrepreneurship starts with different resourcing modes, such as local bricolage, the resulting business, the resulting venture may grow in a very different way, but still successfully. So finally, the new perspective that I hope that hopefully is being developed out of this research. It calls into question the prevalent focus on quickly scaling up unicorns. We are obsessed with unicorns, and don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with unicorns. Unicorns and these scaling up businesses actually created a lot of innovation. They created a lot of jobs. They are literally the engine of successful economy. So I have no problem, no qualm about that. The only issue is when your goal is revitalizing places like Detroit or revitalizing places that are under adversity, you may want to think twice because there's a scale mismatch. The problems in Detroit is temporally long and spatially very narrow. But the impact that is created by scaling up ventures tend to be temporally short and spatially very broad. So there's a mismatch. So one conclusion of this argument is that we may need scale diversity. Scaling up ventures can be complemented by scaling deep ventures, which may eventually bring places to self-reliance. If there are many scaling deep ventures in Detroit or in Gunsan or Geoje, and if they can lift these cities out of poverty and into self-reliance, then scaling up ventures out of Detroit may have less incentive to leave the city, may want to stay in the city because the city no longer has this deteriorating problems. And the next new perspective would be revitalizing impoverished locales may require different approaches for venture development. Our imagination for venture development is still heavily limited to the Silicon Valley model. And again, there's nothing wrong about it. It's natural. Our imagination is limited to our experience. And we have been experiencing a lot of successful stories out of Silicon Valley and that model. But after I published this paper in many different outlets, I was getting approached by a lot of practitioners from Appalachian coal mining communities, from Ireland, from Kansas, from some unheard of cities in Europe. And they were all struggling with their local economy, and they tried, creating Silicon Valley model, but they all failed, and they were hungry and thirsty for alternatives. And this leads us to realize that we still need further imagination for alternatives. We still don't, we know a lot about how to create quickly scaling successful tech ventures, but we may not have as much knowledge about how to create entrepreneurship that can revitalize places that are under adversity, under poverty, under crisis. So with that, I'll end my presentation. I'm sorry if I went a little bit longer than planned, but thank you so much for your attention, and I look forward to getting more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kim, for presenting the really interesting and insightful study. We'll now have Professor Park discussing this study, and then after that, we'll have some additional Q&A. So,
thank you very much for the invitation. Can we stretch a bit? You can stretch your arms, necks, while Professor Sante Kim is also doing the same at the other end of the globe. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's so nice to see the good old friends, including Sean Hyatt. Thank you. Professor Sante Kim and Professor Lee, thank you for the wonderful keynote speech. I think I'm invited here not because I'm expert on the topic, but because I'm the one who witnessed how Professor Sante Kim had come up with the idea of this social entrepreneurship. I remember back in 2012 in Michigan, I think I was graduating, and Professor Kim was a third-year PhD student looking for the dissertation topic. And then he was actually literally commuting to Detroit from Ann Arbor. It's about an hour drive, like twice a week to do the interviews. And then I was asking him, why are you doing this? This is an ethnography. We are, non-native speakers. You have to write, And then I want to see some change. Okay, some change in academic landscape, some change in social landscape. So I want to see this, right? So I very much, I remember I was very much impressed by his enthusiasm toward the topic, and I'm very glad to see finally his enthusiasm is now, being flourished, So he's getting a lot of invites from all these cities, right? So I'll be quick, and I have only 5 slides. So I will briefly go over what I think about the topic and some thoughts about the topic. The case of Korea, right? So Professor Kim was talking about Gunsan and some of these post-industrial cities, Goje in Korea, and that map actually shows the difficulties all these local cities are experiencing in Korea. That actually shows the deep blue ones are the empty houses in the nation, and you can see, as Professor Kim noted, Gunsan, Iri, and the post-industrial cities down under are experiencing some of these difficulties. And then, in fact, government is doing a lot of things. So the network of these VC funds, as we heard about these 2 venture capital firms, right? And then the government is actually doing quite a lot to motivate these VCs and the companies, entrepreneurs, to have some role in revitalizing the cities, okay? And then as a diligent discussant. I read some of the Professor Kim's prior work, and if you're interested, I encourage you to read this Harvard Business Review piece, which summarizes his talk today, how entrepreneurs can revitalize the local communities. And then again, we learned how these two approaches of the scaling deep versus scaling up actually matters, right? From the perspective of the recipient of the local communities. But I think Professor Kim has nicely summarized in terms of the match between your goal, okay, in terms of the space and time, right, to your local community and your business purposes. And then I was just thinking to myself, so what would be the benefits of entrepreneurship under adversity? In fact, which was the title of this session, right? And then as a pseudo-sociologist, Sean, people call me like that. I have a degree in strategy and management, but I took a lot of classes in sociology department at the University of Michigan, and people called me, you are a pseudo-sociologist. Don't call yourself a sociologist because you never sat for sociology qualifying exam, and that is true. Okay, but I have my own view of looking at the world, okay, and that consists of two things. One is structure, and the other is agency. What do I mean by that? Well, are you a beer lover? Professor Lee, what beer do you drink out of this 19 beers, may I ask? As a keynote speaker, you have to answer my question, Professor Lee. Which one? Locals? Okay. So local in Korea means, I think, height? I don't know. Any experience with local beer, Sean? No. No? What beer do you don't drink at all? Professor Park, can you help me? Okay. Well, so these are the beers we drink every day, but this is, in fact, my favorite beer, which is titled First Love. Okay, and this beer you cannot buy from the convenience stores because this beer you can only buy from the craft brewery in Seongsu-dong, amazing brewing company. Okay, and that is the best seller there. And those guys who make beer, they have the naming right. Okay, and I asked the person who made this beer, why did you name this beer First Love? And he answered nicely, that beer, if you taste it, the first taste is sweet, and it ends with bitter. Okay, so that's why it is called First Love. And scholars, study all these strange things, including beer and innovation in the beer industry. And Professor Glenn Carroll at the Stanford University, so obviously he loves beer. And then he asked this question: where does innovation come from in the beer industry? Okay, and then he conceptualized the beer innovation, the space, okay, between the center, and the periphery. And then he noted that, so those 12 beers you saw, Height, Heineken, and all these lager-like beers we can buy from everywhere, they are targeted at the center of the market. Okay, and they are the generalists, and they are the beers we drink every day. And why these generalists are focusing on the mass market, which is the center of the market, he argues that we always observe a periphery which will be occupied by the specialist and entrepreneur firms. And that's where the craft brewery firms can actually produce First Love. Okay, which is distinct from other beers that are targeted at the center. Okay, so if you are located at the periphery and if you are entrepreneurs, okay, well, be proud of it because you have the structural benefits of coming with better ideas. So that's what I mean by structural benefits. The second one is, as Professor Lee also noted in his speech, Yvon Chouinard, yes, he is the entrepreneur of the Patagonia. Okay, and I think it is a good exemplar of, the entrepreneur. Okay, but his quote here shows a very interesting attitude to his entrepreneurship, and then he's inviting us. If you want to understand the entrepreneurship, forget about the MBA students. Okay, the moment that when you learn that guy went to Harvard, that you have to be suspicious. What did you learn at Harvard? Okay, because all the new ideas come from, in this case here, the challengers. Okay, and he's arguing here, you have to study the juvenile delinquent. Okay, those troublemakers at school, they are the ones who have the agency and the force to change the world. Okay, and believe it or not, we do have some academic evidence for this. Okay, so some weird professors here, Mark David Zeidel, Henry Graf, and Dennis Ma, they actually analyzed the panel data of Canada. Okay, and they actually found some evidence that those juvenile delinquents or the troublemakers at high school, they are more likely to become entrepreneurs and later, accounting for, of course, all this. Of course, there might be some selection effect, right? But the entrepreneur agency, in fact, is the force for successful entrepreneurship as well. Yeah. So again, the structure and agency. Structure and agency. Yeah. So coming back, I this is my last slide. I was just thinking to myself, after listening to Professor Kim's talk, what would be a good example of, good entrepreneurship, which tried to revitalize the local community. There is Yeongchumun, which is the western gate of Gyeongbok Palace, and I will not call so impoverished city, but still, there was a bookstore called Yeongchumun Hyoksa Chekbang. It's the bookstore which focuses on history books. Okay, and I loved, I was really like a good patron of the bookstore, but it is gone now. It is gone after the COVID. They were not able to overcome the difficulties and that makes me feel very, very sad. Okay, so that actually shows that I think three things. One, I said I believe in the benefits of the structural benefits. It occupied a niche. Okay, whenever you are interested in particular history books, that's the place you go, not the Gyobomungo, the big bookstore, general bookstore. Okay, structural benefits, and I know the owner a bit, and she is the expert in the history materials. Okay, but despite that, the fact that the company did not overcome the challenges of COVID actually shows the challenges and needs for local support in the community, and also the difficulties of entrepreneurship. Okay, and if I may end the discussion with one word after listening to Professor Kim's wonderful presentation, I was thinking to myself, with the saying that you have to think globally, but act locally. Does that make sense? Okay, have to think globally, and that's the value and the entrepreneur purpose, the social purpose to change the world, and that is more general and global, I think. So you have to think globally, but at the end of the day, if you want to revitalize the community and succeed in the local community, you have to act locally. Okay, so think globally and act locally. That was the one lesson I got from Professor Kim's presentation. And I end with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Park, for the very thoughtful discussion of the study. So quickly, so Professor Kim, do you have any thoughts or reaction to the comments that you just got? If not, I'll just take the question from the audience here. So, do you have any quick response to Professor Kim? Professor Park?
I really appreciated the connections that he was able to make with all the other phenomena that I was not able to think of. And I never realized, and this is unrelated, but I never realized that Sean was actually there. I thought he was going to suffer the same problem with me, but I feel, I don't know. I feel happy for him.
Okay, great. Thank you. So checking the time, I guess we can take one or two questions from the floor. So yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is CHEY. I'm Associate Professor of Entrepreneurship at SUNY Korea, here in Korea. So my question has to do with whether you believe that scaling up and scaling deep are actually mutually exclusive. So I was flipping through the paper, that your AMJ paper, and it seems like you're suggesting that they are. And so I guess my first question is, are they mutually exclusive? And then my follow-up question has to do with kind of one possible explanation for why they might be mutually exclusive, and that would lie in kind of this idea of strong versus weak ties. And I flipped through your manuscript, through your EMJ, like I said, your AMJ paper, and actually you don't mention strong versus weak ties at all. And I was wondering whether you believe that it might be a reason.
This is a very thought-provoking question, and I really appreciate that. And first of all, I think of them as more like mutually exclusive because, as you can see from the model, once you get into one route, it is really difficult to change or shift to the other route. Once you start start growing by securing venture capital investment, those investors would not be happy if you suddenly start to do local bricolage and try to scale deep, and they'll feel betrayed, and it's not going to end well. And the same goes to a hypothetical case where a venture starts with local bricolage and tries to secure venture capital investment because that venture was already designed to be very locally specific. So it will be very difficult for that firm to secure local venture capital investment. So that's why I think there's a little bit of path dependency nature there. So that's why I was thinking that shifting between scaling deep and scaling up might be practically difficult. And I would love to learn more about how you see the role of weak tie and strong tie in this distinction of scaling deep and scaling up.
So there's a paper, I've forgotten exactly which journal. I think it was ETP, but there was a quite well cited paper that looks at internationalization of entrepreneurship, and I think that's the title, Internationalization of Entrepreneurship, and it basically refers to the strength of weak ties. So the value of relying on weak ties to kind of spread the message of the startup around the world. And I was wondering whether that, so when I was thinking about this difference between scaling up versus scaling deep, it seems like there's also a little bit of this exploitation versus exploration flavor as well, right?
Yeah. I think this is a really fresh connection that you're able to make, and I wasn't seeing my findings through the network perspective, but yeah, I think there is something about the strong ties and weak ties, and that may explain the reason why scaling deep and ventures may be difficult to do scaling up and vice versa. But I would like to talk more about that. So thank you so much for this fresh perspective.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I guess, Professor Kim, your presentation seems to be very well received, so there seems to be more questions or comments, but in the interest of time, let me conclude the session here. So if you have any further questions, you can just directly reach out to Professor Kim through email or so for further discussion and comments. So let's give them another round of enthusiastic applause. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Jin Soo, and I'm in charge of running the next part of the show, I guess. So I'll be here in charge of running. I'm a session chair of research on sustainability and entrepreneurship. And here we have, as a speaker, we have Sean Hiat from the University of Southern California. He's an associate professor at USC Marshall School of Business and a faculty affiliate of the Griffith Center for Entrepreneur Studies. Prior to joining USC, he was a faculty member at HBS, and he's a global energy and agribusiness expert. We'd love to get some great insight from him, and so that's the speaker we have today. And for the discussant, we have Professor Young-Chun Kim from UNIST. He's an associate professor at Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology, and I think in the interest of time, I'm gonna sort of wrap it up there and then start our session. So, Professor Sean.
Okay, hello everyone. So I'm going to talk about specifically this aspect of like how entrepreneurs can tackle what's been known as the energy transition. Before I get into these entrepreneurial opportunities, right, I'm going to identify some of the challenges because this is where the opportunities for entrepreneurs to create potential value lie, right? And there are many challenges in this 21st century energy system. So let's just talk about the first one, which is the continual growth of population as well as economic growth. And as we can see this, the population, growth is starting to plateau, though it is still going to grow through the end of the century. But where the biggest issue comes in terms of greater demand for energy is in the economic growth. So if we look here, we are going to have a larger growth in from lower to middle to higher income individuals, right? Which is an excellent aspect, right? That we're bringing more people out of poverty and into areas where they can enjoy a much better standard of life. With that also comes, though, greater energy use because obviously, they're going to want a phone. Why not, right? Smartphones, electronics, moving from a bicycle to motorcycles, powered vehicles to automobiles, right? All these require greater energy. So this is one of the biggest challenges right now. Energy demand will continue to grow. All right, then if we think about, right, the history of energy transitions, in fact, I got to tell you, there has really only been one transition that's ever happened, and that was really from moving from cow dung and wood to coal. Okay, right, but that took well over 100 years. This is a great chart here that shows generally, how energy adoption, these different new technologies, how long it takes after 50 years. So after 50 years, you can see here that coal ended up making about 35% of energy in its first 50 years. Oil, petroleum, to 25%, natural gas to 20%, nuclear, well, it actually went down. It peaked halfway through at 5%, and then its use has gone continually down. Never made it out, And then if we look at renewables, this is the intermittent wind and solar, right? We're just about 10, 12 years out, and it's producing about 3%. So you see that trajectory. That's what it's looking like. So just to kind of give you an example of that, right? What we've seen in the past and so far has mainly been energy additions and not so much energy, here we go, transitions. So if we look at the current trajectory just in the last 5 years of where we're going, right, and this is based on the International Energy Agency as well as other government agencies on energy, we will see additional growth renewables, about 3 times that amount growth in the other types of energy uses. But notice, they're still going to grow. We're going to have a cumulative average return growth of like annual return growth of 1% at least for the coal, almost 1% for petroleum products, 0.4% for coal, sorry about the colors there. Nuclear, only about a half, but yeah, and then over 3 times that for renewables. This is 2050, what they're predicting, right? And again, that's also the same year that they're saying, well, we're going to be net zero for carbon emissions. Not at the current trajectory that we currently have in the world, okay? Now, what does that require? Okay, so that was essentially what it looks like as of 2023. Now, if we look at what would require basically from 2021, this is what would have to happen. This is kind of based on some older data. But in order to make what they claimed this net zero emissions by 2050, you would have to have exponential rate growth in both the wind power, the solar, the battery electric cars, hydrogen, 200 times, right? We got to have. And carbon capture, this is his last one, at least 100 times what we're having now, right? This is the reality here, right? So, and a challenge. It'll require large amounts. And by the way, just to scale this, I'm going to get to the next one, this requires large quantities of mineral resources. But if you look back in time, no extractive industry, whether that be coal or oil or iron, has ever been able to double their supply in a decade. So that kind of gets us to this next one, which are the minerals required, right? Because if we go to this lower carbon, lower emissions economy, well, we're going to need a lot more minerals. Take a look at this comparison on the top. We have the traditional conventional car, the internal combustion automobile. That's how much kilograms per vehicle is mined out of the ground to make that internal combustion engine car. In comparison, an electric car, right, is up to 200 or some kilograms per vehicle, right? Why is it so much? Well, because you have to extract a lot of this ore and then refine it and process it down to the little bits you need for like the batteries, right? That's massive amounts of mining we're going to need for every one of those vehicles. Now, also compare that with our renewable energy here. So we have, this is how much minerals are needed for, like, say, natural gas, coal. As you can see, as we move to like solar, wind, and offshore wind, the amount of minerals that we need from the ground continues to grow. Okay, so large demand needed now for these minerals that are listed here on the board. And just to see, this is the estimates, right? Currently, what we have, estimates of like copper, graphite, nickel, silicon, zinc, manganese. These are like the key minerals for this energy transition. I mean, graphite's got to go up 17 times. The copper probably could be done by 2 times. We know we have enough copper here, but 17 times for graphite, 11 times for nickel, possibly. Lithium, 18 times the amount that we're producing today. That's going to be difficult. Now, in addition to like scaling up that amount of mining, there's a geopolitical issue here, right? Which is where a lot of these resources are found and where they're actually processed. So you can see the red here represents like China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Venezuela, Iran, North Korea. We've got the blue here, which is US, Western Europe, Japan, Canada, Australia, and South Korea. It's like listed in this group. And of course, you have all the other countries. So we're not too worried so much about the nickel copper. That's spread out across all countries around the world. You're not going to see like a large potential security risk here of obtaining these minerals. But if you look at some of these things like titanium, silicon, those are mainly processed, by the way, in China. Right? They've got the rare earths also. Right? With nickel, don't have to worry so much about that. And palladium, zinc, kind of split there between China and Russia. So just to give you an idea, these are things we need to think about, but also they're potential opportunities for entrepreneurs, and I'll be getting to that soon once I get through all these challenges. This is just the processing regions. If we see here, not too worried about copper, but for the lithium and the nickel, this is quite worse. In fact, lithium right here. This is mainly China, by the way. Russia doesn't process any lithium. So we're seeing basically 62% of lithium is, while it can be extracted from, say, Chile or Peru, it then gets exported to China, 62% of it, where it's then refined, right? And we know this can be a risk. They just not too long ago, they decided to not export for about a year of rare earths to Japan for some sort of trade dispute. Kind of forced them to rethink their EV aspect of how they were going to source there. But that is an issue, right? If they command, and if any one country commands like a key mineral processing or the mining of it, right? they have a lot of bargaining power, and it puts you at an energy security risk if this is what your future looks like. Okay, so now let's talk about the entrepreneurial opportunities. Those are some of the major challenges I threw up there. Okay, now let's pivot now to some of the entrepreneurial opportunities in energy and sustainable energy growth here. One thing I want to put out before we begin is that any energy system is made up of 4 key components, right? There is the sustainability aspect, which gets a lot of attention, right? This is like, the air, the water impact, sulfur, mercury. Right now there's a large emphasis on carbon dioxide emissions. But then there's also the availability, which is like, well, if you want hydropower, you better have water coming down from different levels of elevation. If you want to do solar, well, you should be in a location where you have a lot of sun and not cloudy days like in Germany, where they have a lot of clouds, right? So the other one is reliability. So you want to have an energy system where if you want the lights on, you could turn them on and expect the power to come on. Or if you're still using, like, say, petroleum products, you want to be able to fill up your vehicle. This is word that I'm going to use a lot, which is it's called dispatchability. And that's where when the demand happens, there is always a supply immediately that could provide that satisfy that demand. And the last one is affordability, which no one's paying attention to this one, right? Hugely important, because when energy costs go up, right, these trickle through every sector of the economy, leading to massive inflation. And this is what we saw in Europe. Europe's suffering through this. The United States had a large bout of energy moving also through the transportation sector. And now we're living in the Amazon economy, right? And all that's translated into all the goods you get. So this is very important. Now, most of the focus, like I said earlier, has been on the sustainability aspect. That's getting all the attention. But where I believe, right, that entrepreneurs can come in is focusing on this reliability and affordability, right? Hold the sustainability and maybe the control for the availability, right? That's going to happen in the future no matter what. But the opportunities are in this reliability and availability. All right, so let's move on now and talk about this aspect of reliability and availability. Reliability is like this idea of energy security as well. So what about the mining and refining of minerals? What can we do, right? Well, you can invest in mines, that's true, right? And where we're seeing a lot of companies do that. Now, again, you've got to have the resources there. And there's been also work on deep sea mining to see if we could find some stuff. Hasn't been too successful so far, but it was a great entrepreneurial endeavor. And maybe they still might find something. You could invest in refineries. The nice thing about refineries is as long as you've got a supply chain, you could build them anywhere. Tesla's been doing a great job with this by becoming this integrated electric vehicle company. Now, one of the issues, though, is with all of these, there's tremendous amount of geopolitical risk. And I just want to put that up there. We're seeing now basically kind of like a reversal that we saw in the 1970s with the oil companies. Now we're seeing that with the mining companies, where there's the threat of expropriation. So Indonesia, or even revocation of contracts. In 2020, Indonesia said they would no longer export raw nickel. And they produce a lot of nickel. So now they said, you've got to now process and refine them in there. If you were a mining company, right, now you realize, oh, I can't sell my goods anymore. I'm going to have to either vertically integrate or invite somebody to come in to help, refine and process this before I can get it out of the country. 2 months ago, the president of Chile, who's a socialist, said that lithium belongs to the state, and he's pushing the Congress of Chile to expropriate all lithium miners in the country. If that were to happen, production's likely going to stall and go down, right? They're the largest lithium producer in the world, along with copper. So that's a big threat. Now, again, this kind of goes back to, I guess I got to have some academic implications as well, right? So what can companies do, or entrepreneurs, right? And maybe following some of the work on Cindy Dorobanto's work on the gold mines could be helpful. As we think about stakeholder engagement, I think moving forward, in terms of these critical minerals, the stakeholder engagement is going to be particularly important. And I think that these strategies will probably vary based on whether you're a large incumbent or a new venture. All right, here's something else. But let's think out of the box, right? Maybe we don't have to go to the mines. maybe there's other complementarities out there. This is a new technology developed by this new venture. It's an entrepreneurial venture called Controlled Thermal Resources near the Salton Sea in California. And what they've done is they partnered with a geothermal company to basically clean the brine. So this is the hot water coming from the earth that turns into steam, or even just like a heat exchange to actually power the turbines of geothermal. And they are actually taking out key minerals from the brine. And then this water gets pumped back into the well, by the way. So it's like recirculates, right? This is a really cool technology, and if it works out, I mean, this might be an effective way of actually collecting rare earth metals that we need, but through a complementary energy source like geothermal. Now, you guys live near the Pacific Ring of Fire. There's a lot of geothermal energy around here. The Philippines have quite a few plants, so does Indonesia. So in terms of entrepreneurial opportunity, right, there are many plants you could partner with and see if this is an opportunity. And Exxon and Chevron have already said that they actually want to get into the game on this too. So if they're saying that there's an opportunity, I think for other entrepreneurial companies, just like Controlled Thermal Resources. Of course, the research question that we could think about is like a capabilities, like is it scope versus capital? Which of these companies are going to be best at doing that? Incumbents or the startups? And we'll see from that. Let's now turn to the wind and solar issue. So this is Texas. ERCOT is the agency that manages the grid, the power grid, the electric grid, to make sure that everyone has enough energy. This just kind of shows the volatility of the power generated by the wind in Texas. On average, it's about 33% of all their power. But look at the massive changes over days, right? I mean, it went from 5% all the way up to 65% in a matter of 24 hours. Okay? So with this volatility, then comes the entrepreneurial opportunity here is, well, what do we do? As we build out more and more of this wind, we've got to somehow balance it out so that we can have energy when it's really low, and then what do we do when it gets really high, right? Okay, well, let's move into this. This is where we need to be thinking, instead of a levelized cost of energy, to what is now, many experts are saying, called the effective load carrying capacity. And what this does, this takes into account the variation, the intermittency of a lot of these renewables, like solar and wind, as well as the degree which I'm going to talk about more, is like the storage of energy that we're going to have to complement this with. Remember, we only get 4 hours of battery. So that might work for solar, but if you have like, well, let me just show you in the next slide here, but this is just, like you could see here, the demand of electricity. This got very cold here, so they used a lot of electricity to heat in Texas, but at the same time the wind went down. They barely had, in fact, that was, I think, a time where they had some blackouts. So, again, you need to have some sort of amount of energy, and a 4-hour battery is not going to do that if there's no wind blowing for 2-3 days, right? That's like 48 hours, 72 hours. So this is a problem that Germany's facing. They call it the Dunkelflaute, right, which means the dark lull, when the wind just stops blowing. And what do? Well, right now they're relying on their coal plants to try to make up for it, but the problem with coal plants is not very responsive. They're not quickly responsive like a methane gas peaker, right? So this is, again, what the research is out there to try to figure out what can we do. Another thing that's related to this, which we have to address with the wind and solar, is the affordability issue. So there is, and I'll go to the next slide to tell you why, but this correlation is actually true across the board, not just in Europe. So what we find is that where there's greater use of wind and solar, the costs of electricity are higher. Now, California is also an excellent example of this. It has, 60% supposedly of capacity of the generation is coming from solar, and its energy costs are now more than twice the average of the United States. Why? This is why. It's because in order to maintain, again, we're going back to this ELCC instead of the levelized cost, we're looking at this new type of understanding energy. We basically have to overbuild by 5 times in order to produce that energy that you need all the time on demand. Okay, and that's also with storage, a 6-hour storage device, right? Okay, so when you take all this into account, right, it's expensive, it's intermittent, right? What can we do with wind and solar? Well, this is where I think my research question, I think, comes in, right? So entrepreneurs, right, they need to somehow solve this. If we're going to do we got to have a lot of complementarities, right? And right now, gas peakers are not one of them. But from like an academic research point of view, you know, I just think that there's a celebrity hype effect here with the wind and solar. Because they get a lot of attention and a lot of money and subsidies are thrown at them. But they're not what I would consider like an optimum technology if we want to maintain the lights on and have affordability and reliability. Not at this stage, unless we have some sort of complement, maybe a long storage, which I'll talk in a second, of energy, right? You know, how much of this has been driven by ESG investing? And does it deal with how they characterize it as being sustainable? Just recently, because of this intermittency that Germany's facing and the high energy costs, they forced essentially the European Union to define nuclear and like hydrogen produced from nuclear as sustainable. Now, whether the ESG funds will follow suit or not, that was kind of like the realization that they can't run an economy on wind and solar alone. Now, let's talk about this. What are the opportunities from like an entrepreneurial point of view to deal with the long-term storage? Well, one is this idea of hydrogen, right? So you can, through electrolyzers, the wind and solar, excess energy, you can make hydrogen, store it, right? And then use it to power, create electricity afterwards, or, you know, heat, right? Power to heat to power, right? So there are many great opportunities with this idea of what they call the green hydrogen. But there's also some problems with it, right? That this is something that entrepreneurs can figure out. One is that you do lose 25% of your energy when you do it, so you got to have a really cheap energy source or generation to make it. It's also difficult to store and to transport because, you know, hydrogen's a small molecule. It actually leaks through steel and copper pipes, okay? In fact, they found that the only things that they could use to actually kind of store hydrogen are specialized ceramics and certain types of carbon fibers, okay? So this is an issue. Now, one idea is like, why don't we convert it to ammonia? This is something that Saudi Arabia is explaining with, right? And that's actually a pretty good idea, but again, there's an energy loss. So now I'm going to talk about this. This is, I interviewed an executive with one of these companies that's doing the green hydrogen, and they're making synthetic fuels. So after they make the green hydrogen, they then take carbon dioxide from a source, sometimes from the air, and they could build out the carbon chains to make, say, like gasoline and diesel fuel. That could run in just a normal internal combustion engine, but essentially it's carbon neutral. And they told me, right, one of the things, and this gets to the academic research, right, that's driving a lot of this hydrogen interest, well, because the technologies are difficult, that these entrepreneurial pitches is extremely important. So if you're looking for an area for academic researchers to do research on entrepreneurial pitches, the green hydrogen is the place to be, right? This is what he was telling me. And he said, like, the biggest issue for them right now, too, is there's just not enough electrolyzers. Now, the second one is this aspect of scaling. Can you get big enough? Because beyond the technology issue, they said that with any of this green hydrogen, if you're not big enough, you'll never be economically viable, even with government subsidies. So how can you scale? I guess it kind of gets back to Sunday Kim's research, but I mean, that's a nice entrepreneurship question is there a way that this green hydrogen can scale up quickly? Because right now, if they're not able to do it, and that's affecting their profitability because the investors want a payback. Okay. All right, here's another idea for that, to deal with, like, you know, the intermittency from renewables, another long-term storage. This is like old school technology, right, but it's working. And this is pump storage. So the idea of this is like you have two reservoirs, and when you have excess, you know, electrons, you pump up the water to the high elevation, and then when you need the electricity, say at 4 p.m., 5 p.m., the sun goes down if you're using solar, or the wind stops blowing, you just reverse it. And as the water goes through, it spins the turbine, it produces that electricity. Now, this is great, right? Because this can be seriously long-term, not like batteries, depending on how deep these reservoirs are. Some of the work that I've done in this, in the hydropower and stuff, we find that regulatory discretion matters quite a bit to get these projects approved. But there's a lot of possibility here. And actually, discretion matters too, because there's a lot of NIMBYs, not my backyard people, who don't want these out there. And so depending on the regulators, right, you want to find a friendly place. Now, it's not just reservoirs. Here's a new company, a company called CHEY Development. It's a startup, and they got a great idea because they went to Kentucky, and they said, we have all these old coal mines, and a lot of them are open pit, and then they actually have underground mines too, caverns, and they connect to other open pits. And they said, wow, look at this. We could actually just use this infrastructure of an abandoned coal mine, have water high up on this open pit that's high up elevation, and use their mine shafts as like where the conduit is for the water to fill up another open pit that they had, and thereby reuse, the infrastructure left by a coal mine. So they got approval, and they're going to be building this, and in their process of, building this 400 megawatt long-term energy storage, pump storage plant. So these are great opportunities for entrepreneurs, I think. Low tech, but easy to do, right? Because the technology is already there. Okay, let's turn to biofuels and biomass. Look at the demand here. They're expecting, oh, by the way, just to give you, biofuels and biomass, these are oils that we get from growing crops or from animals, all right? They're expected to grow, okay? So we look here, right? They're also kind of expensive compared to, say, like jet fuel from fossil fuels. This is basically looking at the price of creating these biofuels from the crops that we grow. Now, one thing that I want to note on here is the assumption that they have that most of this will come from recycled grease. And I believe they will first, because that is the cheapest. Right? So this is actually a good thing in that we'll be able to, instead of going to the landfill, we could take waste vegetable oil from restaurants, right? And or animal lard from the rendering, instead of from the rendering, right, of animals, carcasses, and we'll be able to turn those into biofuels. But my guess is that we're actually going to see a growth with the crops. In fact, I didn't put it up here, but just today, because I didn't get the slides updated, Eni, which is the Italian oil company out of Italy, has just made major announcement that they're going to invest in biofuels in Africa, right, by paying farmers to grow crops to make fuel. Okay? What does this mean? Well, you've probably heard of the term fuel farming, right? So this is like something that the activists and environmentalists talk quite a bit about, but this is the idea of diverting food feedstocks to energy, to your fuel tank, right? And the problem with this is that it naturally causes an increase in food prices. So this is what I'm worried about, and I think entrepreneurs need to think about this too, is can we do biofuels, biomass, but in such a way that we're not going to have a negative impact, or excuse me, an inflationary impact on food prices. And I think there's a way to do that, but it's going to have to be carefully done so that we're not displacing food. Biogas. This is another great opportunity. Even here in Korea, this is a great opportunity, right? So this is methane produced from like landfills, sewage treatment facilities, farms. Everyone's got a sewage treatment facility, right? There are farms here, I'm sure, as well as landfills. And the idea is like, with all these, they're always producing methane. Landfills are producing methane from the garbage. So you capture it, and then you take that methane, which is natural gas, you clean it, you can either put it in the pipes to sell, or you can generate electricity. I'm working on a project right now with Joel Andrus at the University of Missouri, right in the heart of where a lot of this has happened on the farmland. And what we're finding is like what's driving a lot of this development in the United States, at least, is like infrastructure, meaning the pipes and the wires, capital, right? This is a big factor for farmers and a lot of landfill owners who aren't the big mega companies. They don't have the capital to develop it. But also like their institutional logic, so their beliefs, right? some people just are like, yeah, why do I care? I don't care about this. But others, when they carry these like environmental beliefs and values, they're more likely, we're finding, to jump in on this entrepreneurial endeavor. But I think that this has got a lot of potential in this biogas. Another thing I want to talk about is marine energy. All right, this has been around for about 2 decades now. Actually, 3 decades. 2 decades now of actually running, but 3 decades in terms of total development. Scotland is the world leader on this. Just to give you an idea, these are turbines mounted to the sea floor, okay? And you know, water is 800 times more dense than air. So the amount of torque you get from one of these turbines is like 10 megawatts. It's a massive amount of energy just from one turbine. They've got over 100 projects on these. I'm on a right now we've got looking at the global development of marine energy. And what we're finding is one of the bigger factors that's driving it is these private-public partnerships, right? So they're working with governments. There's actually free technology some of these governments have developed, and then they license it out. Others, instead of doing the technology, they just give like grants. And we're in the process right now to see like, well, which is making the biggest difference of these different types of private-public partnerships. But this is going to grow, folks. Just this last year, Japan, well, there's, look, Mitsui OSK Lines and Bombora Wave, which is a new venture. So Bombora Wave was founded. It's working with Mitsui OSK Lines, which I believe is a large Japanese company, incumbent company. They have purchased turbines from Scotland Power, and they've obtained already government undersea licenses to start installing these off the coast of Japan. All right? Hey, I mean, you're not that far away, and you're in the northern hemisphere. And by the way, the tides are stronger on the poles, so you've got a lot of potential here. This could be something here, you know, for Korea to maybe look at, right? Especially all your inland harbor inlets that you have. There's going to be a lot of tidal pull there to stick those on the bottom. Geothermal energy. All right, so now we're moving to dispatchable power. So this stuff you could have on and off all the time. Geothermal is great, but it's very capital intensive. It's $20 million per well that you have to drill. And if you miss the resource, you got to drill another one. That's another 20. Let's say it takes you 5 times, you're up to 100 million. You still haven't found the energy source. So that's the big risk with geothermal energy. Working here with Sunshine Park on this, and we're finding that, you know, one of the biggest things that's affected geothermal, at least in the United States, has been this idea of like regulatory ambiguity that comes from how states define geothermal energy, right? That puts it into conflict with other types of laws. So it's kind of a fun project. But I think that, you know, again, ring of fire, lots of opportunity here. The last thing I want to talk about before I end is nuclear. And yeah, fusion's a possibility, right? They keep talking about fusion. But let's go back to the old school, to fission, all right? This is an entrepreneurial firm called NewScale, founded about 2 decades ago. And they've got their first small modular nuclear reactor approved by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. It's a 50 megawatt reactor. Folks, do you know how big this is? This fits in a container. Do you guys know the containers that go on ships, right? And you can put them on trucks. You sometimes see them, right, by the ports. That's how big these are. They're small. And the idea is with a 50 megawatt, right, you could actually transport it. It's like a little generator. You could take it to some outing if you needed 50 megawatts and just plug it in and it runs. Zero emissions, zero sound. I mean, it's incredible. So what they've got these other small modular nuclears under review. And you could see here in development is like what they plan. They've already got, by the way, a project in southern Idaho that's going to come online. They've already got purchasing power agreements with Rocky Mountain Power to buy that. But their idea is, hey, we could build up, you know, up to 1 gigawatt electricity. It could be made in like 12 modules or 6 modules or even 4, like at maybe the 231 type size, right? And the great thing is, if you think about the risk of meltdowns and the negative impact nuclear, it's an inverse log or exponential function, right? So like the risks increasingly go down as you get smaller. When you're at 50 megawatts, the risk of a meltdown is like 0.00000, right? And even if some sort of bad thing were to happen, it's just too small to make a large impact, okay? So this is why having them in module design is actually a brilliant idea, I feel, moving forward. But here's the problem, academically and for an entrepreneur, tremendous opposition to nuclear still. They're stigmatized, right? So what will companies be able to do to overcome it? How can they frame it differently? What's their pitch, right? Both for an entrepreneur and academic, we can think about that. We can think also about the financing coming from a finance party. Will ESG funds get involved in this? Will they buy into it? I mean, I hope so, because I think this is a great energy source. It's dispatchable. It's on all the time, right? Okay. Oh, sorry, I got one more. Recycling. This is a big issue. So 90% of internal combustion cars are currently reused or recycled around the world. 0% of EVs right now are. All right, this is a big issue, a waste issue. We already talked about how much minerals needed to make an EV. What are we going to do about the recycling of these? We're not doing it yet. Huge entrepreneurial opportunity. Now, if we look at the evolution of the recycling industry that Mike Lounsbury did and his colleagues, right, we found that it was largely driven by the environmental movement and it wasn't profitable. In fact, even today in the United States, the recycling industry is not profitable. It's done by these waste management companies. They make their money off of garbage and they subsidize the garbage pickup with the recycling programs that are mandated by the country and the state or municipality. So given that, the question is can this be economically feasible? Which actors are going to take the lead? Will China dominate this like it has everything else? Or will like South Korea get in on this? Right? This could be a great opportunity. You just figure out the technologies and figure out a way it could be economically sustainable. Oh, one more, last one, sorry. Carbon offset markets. Okay, all right, so EU has been trading carbon for a long time, right? And I've got some couple papers looking at the consequences and how firms react to this in these carbon markets. But what makes this really unique here in the United States is that there is no mandated market, and yet companies are jumping aboard because they want to show that they're being environmentally responsible. All right, so take a look at this. Those that emit the lowest amount of emissions are like aerospace and high tech. Look who's purchasing, the biggest purchaser so far, Microsoft, high tech. It hardly emits anything, but they're going to purchase a lot of these carbon offsets, right? And carbon dioxide removal. Maybe because it's also, they got high margins, right? And so you go down to energy being the highest. But let's move a little bit further. Many companies are shying away from carbon credits. A complex web of standards, varying definitions of carbon credit quality, and lack of market transparency keep them from buying it. All right? It's like the wild, wild west in the US. So here's some interesting questions, and I think for an entrepreneur as well as an academic. How do firms respond to these voluntary markets run by NGOs? Are these carbon offsets, are they really sustainable solutions, or are they, as I call them, corporate indulgences, right? To appease politicos and the ESG investors. What is the quality offsets? Look at this. The Guardian newspaper in the UK 4 months ago found Vera being one of the largest carbon offset companies. 90% of their offsets were fraudulent. 90%. And of course, they've followed up since, and all the companies that have bought it, they're not returning. I know they're still on their reports as being offset, right? So there's a big quality issue, right? So, one of the questions is, how can certifiers maybe influence these firm decisions? This is a big thing coming out for entrepreneurs as well, is external auditors coming in, certifiers, to say that these carbon offsets are legitimate, right? Maybe if they had more of these, firms might adopt more because they'll say, these are actually real. But this is sort of like this very ambiguous market right now in the United States. So anyway, wrap that up. So hopefully you can see lots of practical entrepreneurial and academic possibilities in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights. I am going to now turn the mic to Professor Kim. He's going to be discussing Professor Hyun's work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the invitation and thank you for the opportunity to go through the materials and get a lot of information about the different sources of renewable energy and different kinds of challenges. Actually, last night I stayed in a hotel in Dongdaemun, and when you go into the room, you know, oftentimes they have commercial about hotel, but the commercial actually send a message about their sustainability and how it is important and how seriously they are dealing with the sustainability. So I guess even in hotel business, there are a lot of these issues can apply. So maybe this is an exciting topic, I guess. Okay, so in the presentation, the Professor Shan Hya's presentation, so I get a lot of information. There are diverse sources and issues, you know, different sources of renewable energy, and the hydrogen as an important storage device, and also all kinds of different other sources. And depending on these diverse sources, we have diverse challenges. So I did, actually, I sort of maybe understand, but I didn't pay attention to the mineral and matter problem, maybe. Not only in the battery, but also wind and solar, I didn't actually recognize that. And also geopolitics, the distribution of production and mining. And there are certain issues of reliability, especially in wind and solar, and hydrogen problems and recycling of EV. So I guess we have a lot of different challenges and different sources, and depending on each sources, we have different kinds of challenges. That's what I understood. So I took Doug Megadam's social movement class when in my graduate study. And in social movement, they often talk about three pillars. The first one is political opportunity, how social movements capture the opportunities, sometimes in dealing with the government or legislation, or oftentimes some court decisions or some local politics, and resource mobilizing, and also the cultural framing. So all these issues are in the renewable energy areas, I guess. So in political aspects, there is geopolitical issues in energy security and war we are having right now. And also it has to deal with some social contentions and regulations. And also the mobilizing is very important because it seems involve some ecosystem establishment, and that requires some dealing with the supply chains and value networks, and also stakeholder engagement. So that's the important part of mobilizing. And also some of these energy sources like fuel farming is very strange to me, but that's kind of new category is emerging. So how new category is emerging and legitimated and how it is framed, that's also an important issue in the entrepreneurship. So I looked around in my town and I saw kind of two cases related to renewable energy. So my town I live is in the coastal area. It's called Ulsan. And there was a kind of a very ambitious attempt to build the offshore wind farm. Oftentimes we have windmill near the coastal area, but this one is on the ocean. And that's kind of requires big construction. And I heard that it was done by some European countries in Northern Europe or Spain. So previous city governor initiated this project as part of efforts to revitalize the city, the local city. And in the town, the large shipbuilding companies there called Hyundai Heavy Industry. And their shipbuilding business has been in trouble for the last 10 years. Right now it's recovering. So they saw this as a new opportunity because it requires some ocean engineering and big system development. And also there are contractors and suppliers, small and medium-sized companies are supplying shipbuilding business, and they are also interested in. So they saw the business opportunity in this kind of efforts. And since this business has been developed in Northern European countries, there has been global investors and global energy companies. For example, Total, French company, were investing in this project. And I think these are like a very big, large financing project, so they require some intermediaries. So I saw this kind of things happening in the last 5 years, even though it's a still early stage. Then I was talking about the previous governor and the previous presidents, and these new initiatives are based on their sort of progressive energy policy, and they called Korean New Deal. And in that process, there was social contention unexpectedly from the fishery industries, because they think they will affect the fishing industry. So there was kind of year-long protest. So they have to deal with that. But when they kind of successfully deal with that, there was change of the government. Now we have more conservative, the HYUN administration, and they are conservative in terms of energy policy too. So now they are paying attention to the nuclear power, which is also in that area. And they are talking about the SMR as a future development. And also there is social contention against continuing and maintaining the nuclear, the power business. So these are the kind of scene we can typically observe and expect when when the players try to transition from one source of energy to another, I guess. And there was a small example in the school campus. There was a group of scientists working on the toilet system. It's a small toilet system, but this is special in the sense that they don't use water, and they use the human feces converting into a biogas, and they use the energy for their house heating, and so on. So this group of scientists actually built so-called like a living lab. So they built a small house, and they kind of show that this system is working. And their project is called Science Warden. They got this name from Henry Thoreau, right? So this is this is early stage, very small ideas, but this kind of opportunities are there too. So with all these diverse kind of issues, I would just think about like 4 broad ideas, maybe important in entrepreneurship and also the research in entrepreneurship. The first one I thought about is technology, because depending on different challenges, there can be some engineering solutions, maybe hydrogen issues or some carbon issues. There can be some technical solutions. And I know many university researchers are working in these early stage technologies, especially in the energy areas. And when I look at the Korean cases, there has been government support, government funding. So like in other emerging technology sectors, this government support can lead to a formation of more private initiatives and move to the market-based entrepreneurship. I think it's interesting to watch. And that requires, of course, more commercialization, not only the technology prototypes, but commercialization and corresponding business model. So how this process of successfully moving into the market and business can happen from the technology developments may be an interesting topic and opportunity for entrepreneurs, I guess. The second one is the energy sector has giant players, big energy companies, oil and gas companies, and power companies and utility companies. So for them, I guess they have to deal with this sort of transition management because their business is uncertain and there is uncertain the political and social space, so they have to deal with that. So I think that's another important topic. And I thought about sort of loose coupling strategy, somehow they have to maintain their conventional energy business, but also they have to try some new things. So how to maintain these tensions, I think that's an interesting thing. And of course, that involves stakeholder management. The government policies sometimes change, and depending on the change of the government, they have to deal with that. And also there has been some social contentions, so they have to deal with that. And especially in Korea, maybe also in other countries, the energy sector, energy is sort of considered as public goods, so there is state-sponsored or state-owned companies. So comparing state-owned companies and private companies, these are quite large, giant companies, how they are dealing this transition management differently. I think that's an interesting topic, might be interesting. And the entrepreneurs and startups, I guess there are certain niches are emerging in this overall, the broad transitions, but to develop business in this niche, they require more institutional work by nature, and they have to deal with like a more public-private relationship and also some collective action issues. I think it's been done by the Professor Sean Hya's research a lot. So I guess these are getting more important. And also maybe more specifically, because of the nature of this business, entrepreneurs' backgrounds and career might be different. So normally we would expect entrepreneurs from, some other incumbent companies or some commercial background. But in this business, it can be more diverse and it can be more outsiders, I guess. So in that sense, what kind of typology of entrepreneurs we can expect in this space of renewable energy entrepreneurship will be interesting. And lastly, I thought about comparative perspective. Even though we talk about the structure and agency, but some conditions for entrepreneurial activities are quite important for them to happen and for them to grow. So we can maybe think about some institutional conditions, some variation in institutional conditions. For example, I thought about there are regional or country level variation in government initiatives and climate politics. So it seems that EU are more proactive in making regulated environments for this green business. So that's EU Green Deal, and they even make the taxonomy so that they can clearly classify which one belongs to renewable or not. And Korea followed that example. Of course, the previous government. I'm not sure about the current government. So when government play this kind of role and this kind of institutional condition, how they will affect the entrepreneurial activities and outcome will be an interesting topic. And also, these are not stable. These are over time changes. So maybe even in the US, there was Trump administration and Biden administration. I'm sure there's a sort of big difference to the energy sector and the entrepreneurs in energy sector. And we don't know which one will come next. So it will be very interesting experiment to see how the institutional or government factors play out in the entrepreneurial process. So overall, in conclusion, I think sustainability and renewable energy is a fertile ground for entrepreneurship in the sense that there is a diversity of entrepreneurship because the nature of this area involves not only the business, but technology, society, and institution. I believe the one who understands these aspects of entrepreneurship is the Professor Sean Hya, and he has done a series of research, developing series of research agenda along this line. So I think it's very exciting. And with this background, I think if we approach entrepreneurship in this way, it will broaden the horizon of entrepreneurship, not only focusing on the market-based entrepreneurship, but more connected to the societal or governmental sectors. So that's it. Thank you.
Professor Hyatt, would you like to respond to Professor Kim's comments, please?
Oh, yeah. No, I thought great comments there. For him, thank you. Yes, at least I'll address that last aspect, especially in the United States, right? So there was this massive bill that was passed to try to push forward a lot of this low carbon energy, termed the Inflation Reduction Act. That had nothing to do with inflation, but that's how they called it, right? It was essentially sort of like a mini, what they call the Green New Deal in a way. It's essentially $1.5 trillion over 10 years for hydrogen, carbon capture, lots of wind and solar subsidies. But then they sunset at 10 years, right? So one of the questions, of course, like you said, it's this aspect of like the political uncertainty is for many of the companies, like I mentioned that HIF, right? They have to scale because it's not only getting the scale to be economically feasible, but depending on who's in power, those subsidies may not continue because there already is a sunset date. And once those are gone, right, then what happens to the company? So this is like a large uncertainty, which is kind of typical of how politics work in the United States when it comes to government tax policy. Yes.
Thank you very much. And I've been mispronouncing his last name, so he's Professor Hyatt, not Hyatt. So my sincere apologies. And thanks again for sharing not only academic, but also business insights. And thank you, Professor Kim, for discussing Professor Hyatt's great work. I'd love to take questions from the floor, but in the interest of time, we need a break before we start the next session. So I think we are gonna just close the session here and then have a coffee break. So I'm gonna.
But come up to me during the break if you have
That'd
questions.
be excellent.
Yes.
Right, thanks so much. I think it's a great time to follow Professor HYUN Park by relaxing ourselves and stretching, right? So let's take about 20-minute short coffee break. Just go outside and you can find a cup of coffee. And then we can continue with the next session at 3 p.m. Thank you. Oh, 4 p.m., sorry.
All right, let's resume our meetings. It seems like Professor Park Sang-hyuk said he's pseudo sociologist, but I think I'm a pseudo economist, and it seems like the prior presentation and meetings remind me of my early political economy class, which begins with the market failure. And I think Professor Lee Seung-yeon's keynote speech talks about the failure of the company or the firm failures, and then Professor Kim Sun-tae's presentation talks about the failure of the regional growth and the social failure. And also Professor Sean Hyatt's discussion about the failure in energy transition. In particular, he tried to clarify the idea of rather than the transition, addition of the new types of energy. So very interesting. And from that perspective, we're adding another issues of the failure, which is the opportunity of the entrepreneurship. So we'll talk about who's the entrepreneur and how we just understand and interact with the entrepreneur because of the social identification of the entrepreneur and also the biological sex of the entrepreneur. So and we see to some extent the failure of that issue. So the title of this session is the issues on gender and entrepreneurship, and our presenter will be Professor Lee Im-Yi-suk at the Hanyang University. She got a PhD in Cornell International Labor Relations Schools in organizational behavior, and she's interested in entrepreneurship and social network studies, and published many articles in the leading international journals. And also we have leading scholar as a discussant, Professor Kim Sang-jun from Ewha University. He got a PhD in the UC Irvine in the strategy. Is that strategy? Yes, OT. And then he has many publications in the AMJ, SMJ, in Journal of Business Economics, and majoring in the major interest is around the evolutionary dynamics of technology firms, including innovation and ambidextrity, and also the organizational ecological perspective. Okay, so without further delay, let's give a big applause to our leading speaker, to Mr. Im-Yi-suk.
Thank you very much for having me here, K-ESG conference at KAIST. My name is Isuk Lim. I'm an assistant professor at business administration at Hanyang University, Erika. I'm very pleased to get an opportunity to talk about gender and entrepreneurship and women entrepreneurship here today, because it is really, I think it is really important topic, but has been relatively underestimated and ignored in Korean academia. So As we know, women are half of the working population, but are underrepresented in many economic fields, including entrepreneurship. And according to the OECD report, the missing entrepreneur, women are half as likely as men to be involved in starting new businesses across the world. So today, I'd like to review this women entrepreneurship based on 4 foundational questions. And later, I will present women entrepreneurship issue and the current situation in Korean context. So traditionally, entrepreneurship literature has focused on males and not distinguished the gender differences. Women entrepreneurship did not develop as a significant area until the late 1990s and 2000, early 2000. And since the mid-2000s, the academia need to investigate the various dimensions of women entrepreneurship and gender and entrepreneurship and suggest that women may have played a significant role in the larger entrepreneurial phenomenon and economic development. And also there were changes after the launch of 2 important conferences. The first one is a policy-oriented OECD conference about women entrepreneurs in small and medium-sized enterprises in 1998. And also in academia, academic conference Diana International was held in 2003. And this graph at the left side shows a dramatically increase in number of publications on women entrepreneurship or gender and entrepreneurship. And as you can see in the graph, since the mid-20s, 2000, the study of women entrepreneurship has experienced great growth. And the Journal of Entrepreneurship Theory and Practice, which is the top journal in the field of entrepreneurship, published a special issue on women entrepreneurship in 2006, 7, and 12. And also a specific journal focused on gender and entrepreneurship, International Journal of Gender and Entrepreneurship, was launched in 2009. Also GEM, Global Entrepreneur Monitor, published a special report on women and entrepreneurship in 2006, 10, 12, and 15. So I categorized the literature based on 4 foundational questions. And the first question is the propensity to start a new business. So between the differences between the men and women. So the literature found consistently that female involvement in entrepreneurial activity is significantly lower than that of men worldwide. And we can find it both self-employment and high-tech industries. And this phenomenon was explained by, first, individual psychological tradition. So this line of research focused on individual preferences and opportunity recognition and females' risk-aversive behavior. And sociological and feminism theories focus more on women's decision and women's the culture and social backgrounds. For example, social roles and stereotypes that make women less involved in the entrepreneurship domain. So the people say entrepreneurship domain, entrepreneur characteristics such as innovativeness or risk-taking is more masculine. And also, these lineups research focus on insufficient entrepreneur education and STEM, the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and also managerial education. And also, prior work experience is really important to start a business. And the research found that women has less level of prior work experience. And the second question is access to resources, specifically financial resources. So in this line of research, found that women are more likely to launch firms with lower level of initial funding. And also, importantly, female entrepreneurs are less likely to be funded by external sources, such as business angel or venture capital. And the research and scholars found some of diverse reasons. The first one is the industry differences between men and women. So women are overrepresented as small and the retail and personal services, and underrepresented in manufacturing, extraction, and business services, which grow more rapidly. And also the women-led firms are more likely to provide services to local community rather than global outreach or international exporting. And also some of research found that female entrepreneurs are more likely to be risk aversive and also debt aversive. And the social network scholars found that women entrepreneurs are less diverse network in size and diversity. So these kind of network characteristics limit their access to financial resources. And also another research found that there is gender-based discrimination. For example, there is a high denial rate from bank lenders. And also third foundational question is distinctiveness, women-owned or women-led enterprises, or a distinctive characteristic of women entrepreneurs. So women entrepreneurs have different management styles. For example, women demonstrate their strength in interactive and relational management styles, such as empowering, team creating, and preserving to grow their employees. And also another research found that the women are more motivated by personal fulfillment and flexibility in work-life balances, and autonomy and family focus. So keeping their firms small and controllable and preferring flexible schedule to balance work and family or work and life. And for work hours and better opportunity to manage work hours to attend to other activities such as raising a family, raising children. And also, interestingly, some of research found that pursuing non-economic and social values are more important for female entrepreneurs. So some of research found that the women entrepreneurs are more likely to fund social ventures compared to their male counterpart. And women business owners place a substantial importance on the family. So women family are intertwined very closely according to the research, this kind of research. So the family of children as important motivators, and also female-led ventures are more home-based. And also, women entrepreneurs tend to start business with romantic partners. I also found, the women are more likely to found a business with their family members, including their romantic partners. And also, the final foundation question is around performance. So this line of research found that gender plays a significant role in business in terms of growth and profitability. Female-led businesses tend to grow less rapidly and to be less profitable than male-led one. However, critics argue that measuring performance purely based on economic growth is insufficient to explain or understand the female entrepreneurship, because I explained before, women are more focused on the social values and non-economic values as well. And in terms of business survival, actually, research evidence is mixed and inconsistent. So some of the research found that women-led firms tend to have a higher closure rate. However, this kind of phenomenon is caused by the inability to control for important key factors, such as industry, owners' education, experience, and owners' prior work experience, prior entrepreneurial experience, and firm ages. Okay, then I'd like to present the current situation of women-led firms in Korea. I brought a few statistics. As you can see here, in 2019, the women-led firms are firms women own or manage or both. So women-led firms is worth about 40% of total number of firms, and also the employment is growing. However, the problem is that the revenue produced by women-owned, women-led firms is about less than 10%. So mean is 200 million won, according to Ministry of SMEs and Startups. This is because of one of the important reason is that women are overrepresented in small-scale service businesses such as wholesale and retail businesses and real estate businesses and lodging or restaurant businesses. You can see that the red bar shows this kind of industry. And this is this is the women-led firms. And this data is about women-led startups, new businesses in Korea in 2020 data. So as you can see here, in 2020, the female startups account for about 46.7% of the total number, which is good sign. So the female entrepreneurship grow a lot, at least quantitatively. And so according to GEM data, Global Women's Report, it was found only 5 of the 74 economies have equal startup rates between male and female, and Korea is about half, so it grow a lot. And in terms of industry, it shows a similar tendency. Wholesale and retail, lodging and restaurant industries, businesses are the majorities. But importantly and interestingly, and is a good thing that there is increasing number of high tech and or knowledge-based businesses also growing. They're increasing. However, women-led startups which acquire venture capital finance is, less than 10% of total number, which is problematic. But it is, we have to know that the women-led firm, women-led startups which got the VC capital, venture capital, create much higher revenue, so 10, times more than those not funded by VC. So this is the graph shows sources of startup financing. So the men is a comparison between men and women. As you can see here, the angel and VC, even though men also get, the percentage of got to angel or venture capital is very low, but look at women is only 0.1%, which is really low percentage of angel. The company which got angel or external funds. And this is VC deal activity for women-founded companies. So women is less than 10% of the total deal count and deal amount as well. And this is OECD, the nation-state comparison. So in Korea, you can see this graph shows the borrowing money, the differences of borrowing money to start a business between men and women. So the Korea is a significant gender differences. And the government support also shows similar tendencies. The percentage is much the higher than VC or angel, but still, compared to men, women are less likely to get government support. So we intend to start companies with less funding than men and rely more on personal investment or the family and friends rather than external capital, business angel or VC or bank loan, government-related funding. However, as we know, external capital is really important, is essential for firm growth, and it can be a status signal. And we see the account is significantly low compared to the US and European countries. And there is so the people says this kind of phenomenon can be explained by low proportion of female venture capitalists in VC. So female venture capitalists, the number of female venture capitalists is about 10% of total venture capitalists. So, but the research and the government officials and also the entrepreneurial scholar says male venture capitalists may have limitation in evaluating the potential of female-owned startups. So that's a problematic. And also, as a non-material factor, prior work experience is most cited as the most influential factor to start a new business, especially important for female. Women have relatively little work experience, and importantly, there is they have discontinuous career compared to men because of childbirth or childbearing. So these kind of family issues can be act as a constraint and limitation on potential female entrepreneurship skills and knowledge accumulation. But also it's the biggest factor leading to the formation of a limited network. So it is, it affects human capital and also social capital for female entrepreneur. Then why we have to promote women entrepreneurship? According to Boston Consulting Group's survey, this is US startup survey, but when analyzing startups that have received external fund, the revenue of women-led ones is higher than their male counterpart. An organization with more women in senior management positions outperform male-dominated companies, according to the research. And also gender inequality in economic activity is detrimental to the national economy. And according to the McKinsey project, Korea, this is Korea data, so GDP would increase to about $160 billion by 2025 if women had an equal representation in all labor markets. So I'd like to say we have to lay the foundation. So I want to say that we have to create social and cultural environment to promote women entrepreneurship. So there is still a lack of social consensus on the support and promotion for women entrepreneurship in Korea. And women are underrepresented in all kinds of leadership of all sectors. And gender bias is still deeply entrenched in society. So the creation of a gender equal social and cultural environment should be accompanied to promote women entrepreneurship. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss about the gendered entrepreneurship. So there are a lot of kind of information on the women entrepreneurship from the Professor Im, and I tried to actually reshuffle the information and try to reorganize the some kinds of concepts and theories in terms of what is the main kind of the ontology of women entrepreneurship. So let's get started. Okay, so women entrepreneurship is a very complex term because it has the combination of two words, the women and entrepreneurship. So if you have more focus on the women, so it will you try to actually think about some kind of endowment, the thesis, like the resource-based view. You need to think about what women actually have and what you have is possessed, differentiated from men. So maybe there's some kind of differentiation of the possession in terms of the resource from the women. It will actually make some differences in terms of the entrepreneurship. So we may have some conjecture like the women's inborn traits and characteristics, capacity, or other individual attributes will lead to discern the type of style of entrepreneurship. So we will find some kinds of differences in terms of the the individual differences. So we can try to answer the question like how different are women from men in creating and managing a firm. And the Professor Im tried to actually summarize how we can understand some phenomena related to the women entrepreneurship comparing to the men entrepreneurship. But as a result, or some kinds of based on the findings, we find that the wide main differences we can find, but we cannot actually declare some kind of causality between the gender-specific characteristics and the entrepreneurship, or some kinds of likelihood of entrepreneurship. So maybe there are some different factors will be engaged in this kind of process in between the women and entrepreneurship. And it seems that the successful women entrepreneurs tend to act like male entrepreneurs. So maybe there are the male-dominated cultures in the entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurial the ecosystems, and women try to actually acculturate to hold the practice and the cultures from made from the other male-dominated society, and they will actually have more probability to success. So this is one kind of the thoughts related to the if you just focus on the women rather than the entrepreneurship. So if you just focus on the entrepreneurship rather than the women, so you try to find out some kinds of the logic of the entrenchment. So you can figure out, okay, women have different kinds of processes and pathways to make us their firms. So you may have some questions like what do women entrepreneurs to for their businesses? And this is about the processes of the entrepreneurship. So you may have the conjecture like the ways to form a new firm are differentiated between the women and men. And then you have a question like how unique are the values of the firms established by the women entrepreneurs. So you may focus on like the firms themselves rather than the women or the entrepreneurs or people. So, but as you found, there might be no differentiated types and styles of entrepreneurship between men and women. So all the types of the types of the firms are the same or the identical between men and women because we have some kind of standard, right? The standard in the ecosystem. So just women just follow some kind of social norms made by the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And then both genders go through the common processes of entrepreneurship, as I said, which is actually made by the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So you can actually think about some kinds of whole processes of the women entrepreneurship without considering the entrepreneurial ecosystem, because it is the very kind of strong pressures to the actual nascent entrepreneurs. So really complex terms, right? And then we have more things to be explored. Maybe the Professor Im didn't actually cover the topics related to the women entrepreneurship, because we still find some kind of differences in the phenomenologically, right? And anecdotally, so we find some kind of differences between men and women in terms of the entrepreneurship. But the statistics kind of analysis and the results show that there's no kind of the critical differences between them. That means we need to explore some other kind of factors to figure out what are the differences between the men and women of the entrepreneurship processes. So I suggest that we need to look at the women themselves and how the women look at the phenomenon of entrepreneurship and how the women make sense of the terms and concept of entrepreneurship. That will be some kind of different kind of view to further understand the women entrepreneurship, I think. So we can have further questions like what do women expect from entrepreneurship? So what are their self-concept of the entrepreneurship? And how seriously do they consider becoming an entrepreneur as their career? So maybe career is the one kind of the topic, the keyword to further understand the women entrepreneurship. And then how can researchers define who are women entrepreneurs and what is the ideal portrait of women entrepreneurship? That is our role from the researchers and the academic areas. Why? So actually, I follow Sarah Blakely, who is the founder of Spanx, which is a very famous kind of firm in the United States. And she is really charismatic, and she has the very charismatic leadership style. But she has some kind of concern in her 20s. So between their like the life courses, and then as a woman, and career as an entrepreneur. And then she checked the building my empire. That means she abandoned some kinds of pathways to the typical women life, and then they just take some kind of different kinds of the other pathways for her career. But she said actually in the last time that she said she achieved all of these kind of pathways. So maybe she did everything. And then I found two kind of the interesting phenomena, social phenomena. The first one is the women aren't becoming engineers. So this is very typical, some kind of phenomena in the STEM area. Because women have the same kind of capacity and capability in terms of like the mechanics or the engineering, mathematics, something like that. But the women actually are likely to abandon and give up their career as an engineer. So there are some kinds of the reasons and the rationales why the women aren't becoming engineers. But many studies actually argue that there are some kinds of the lack of confidence, and there are some kinds of the pressures to escape from the male-dominated sometimes area. As you know, the STEM is actually male-dominated society and the area. So women can actually persist as their career in the kind of male-dominated society. Second one is a discrimination. So as you know, there are two factors to make some people to become the entrepreneurs, the push factors and the pull factors. The push means there are some kind of discrimination or complaint from the traditional organizations and lead people to actually think about the entrepreneurship. So maybe women have experienced some kinds of discrimination in their organization, and then the women who have some kind of experience on some kinds of gender discrimination, we can expect that they will escape from the traditional organizations to become the sole proprietary or make some kind of self-employed person. But that is my research. So I just they collect the data on the women lawyers and who is a professional, women professionals, and they have some pathways and career pathways to stay at the traditional law firms, or they just open the legal offices. So maybe you can imagine the opening their own legal offices can be one type of the entrepreneurship. So we can also say this is the professional entrepreneurship. So I tried to actually analyze the relationship between the pull and push factors and the likelihood of the entrepreneurship in the legal areas. And I found that the discrimination can actually be different from becoming the entrepreneurs. So that means the women try to actually endure and stand for the discrimination, and they don't actually they choose to be an entrepreneur, even though they experience the discrimination. So discrimination, the survivor is more kind of the severe parts than the discrimination. So this is very interesting, kind of the phenomenon, I think. So this is the last slide, and I tried to actually to conclude my thoughts related to the women entrepreneurship. So I tried to focus on the social structure as a signifier, and it will give us some kinds of signal to the some kinds of phenomena related to the women entrepreneurship. Because the women entrepreneurship has a paradox. Because entrepreneurship might be considered as an important opportunity for women to overcome social barriers. So they try to actually escape from the traditional organization and escape from the male-dominated society, and they can have their own kinds of market organization, some kinds of areas. So it will be a very good kind of opportunity. But for this, they should make it through with excessive effort. As we know, the liability of newness and the startups cannot actually survive well. And they have to actually overcome the double kinds of the burdens. They have to actually overcome the gender biases and the other some gender discrimination, as well as some kinds of survival of the other new startups. So this is some kinds of the paradox. So that means, so should we support women for entrepreneurship, and should we promote women to become an entrepreneur? maybe we cannot actually have some kinds of the reservation, because given the social structure has been enacted by males, the practice of supporting entrepreneurial firms have been made by the males. So the practices like the incubating, accelerating, the VC firms, like those kind of terms actually made by the Silicon Valley, and the Silicon Valley is dominated by the male and engineers. And that means the entrepreneurial ecosystem is actually made by male, especially white engineers, right? And that means should the women follow or absorb all the cultures from the male-dominated some kinds of the cultures and practices, or they can actually have some more kind of chances to make their own some kinds of environments for the entrepreneurship. But in our society and in the global, like some kinds of the standards actually are made by the Silicon Valleys, right? And we can actually overcome these kind of the very like the iron cage like the structure in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So maybe you just kind of encourage women to become entrepreneurs. It will actually amplify the gender gap. So I think that is another kind of the problem we think about how we can. So whether we actually support women for the entrepreneurship or not. So we have some kinds of the thoughts. So the women entrepreneurship is gendered or gendering or other kind of different kinds of perspectives. So in my mind, the women entrepreneurship is an artifact of the interaction between the women and the male-dominated social structure, and the women try to actually struggles for the male-dominated practices, culture, and other kinds of the cognitive institutions. So to nascent women entrepreneurs, the priming is dangerous. So we may not actually argue and encourage people to become the entrepreneurs, because it will let them to fall into the double loop and the uncertainty. So like the liability of newness and the gender, the social structure, and gender gaps. So maybe we can find some solution. So this is my kind of the opinion. So co-optation can be the one kind of solution rather than the solidarity or some kinds of the reinforcing the gender identity. Maybe so we can just kind of make some kinds of female VCs in the Silicon Valley, and then the female VCs can be like make their own kind of culture and investing the funds to the startups in Silicon Valley, and it will actually make some kind of cracks in the male-dominated entrepreneurial ecosystem, and which will lead to some kinds of different kinds of the culture for the supporting for the other women entrepreneurship. Okay, that's my discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Bach. And yeah, you gave me a lot of insights to pursue, women entrepreneurship research. Yeah, I agree with you that there is a double loop uncertainty, and the successful female entrepreneurs acculturation. Because I met some successful female entrepreneur, and they said, I don't want to be labeled as a females. And they just, they are more likely to acculture the male-dominated and the business culture and management and entrepreneurship. So, and yeah, I agree with you when I think. So one of the important thing we have to overcome and to promote women entrepreneurship. And also, personally, I want to do research about the individual preference is affected by is a socially constrained behavior. So nowadays, micro OB and macro or sociological or feminism theory, is disconnected. But I think, individual preference is not purely individual preference. It is, by social, the females have different socialization process from childhood and in education system and so on, in family. So, and also I'm now I'm teaching diversity and inclusion and so on, and you know, the gender equality at school, but the females are, you know, because of a stereotype threat, female are more likely to avoid STEM, you know, science and engineering and math, and even though, you know, they have, you know, there is a not significant difference between men and women. So I think personally I want to you know, do some research about finding the individual preference and the socialization process, and then their decision making to start up new businesses. And yeah, and yep, and thank you again, and yeah, right there.
Thank you for bring up the issues about the gender and entrepreneurship issue, and then also the providing the lots of, you know, phenomena and stats in Korean context, and also the discuss Professor Kim, you know, trying to reorganize how to academics and the researchers can consider toward the research work and getting the you know, regularities and ideas about the, you know, policy ideas potentially related to the topic. So we have about like 8 minutes, no, actually 18 minutes, 15 minutes. So let's open up the you know, the questions in the you know, floor.
So I really think this is a very complicated topic. One comment, I have a couple comments. Okay. So one comment has to do with this notion that satisfaction isn't really described in a lot of this gender-related entrepreneurship research. So, you know, we're talking a lot about revenue, we're talking a lot about propensity to become an entrepreneur, but really I think we should also be considering not only the satisfaction of female or women entrepreneurs, but also the satisfaction of the women and females in the entire population of these regions. So on the one hand, I feel like we need to make sure that we don't impose male enacted policy on women, you know, in a way that leaves them dissatisfied. I think that's the first comment that I wanted to make. And then the other comment that I wanted to make was that women in any population, in any regional population, also have different tastes of their own, heterogeneous tastes among themselves. You know, you have some women who do want to have a family and yet also become an entrepreneur. And then you have other women in a population that probably have no interest in becoming an entrepreneur. They want to focus on family. So I feel like what's also important is that we make sure that we don't try to create a one-size-fits-all kind of policy for women, and that not only do we have multiple kinds of policies, but that also we would foster respect for, we would foster an environment that where women can respect each other for choosing different life plans.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you that, women have different tastes, from men. But I think, as I mentioned before, and I think there is a, individual differences can be at least partially explained by social structure and social, socialization process. Yeah. So domain avoidance or, and also family thing also, women are, as I explained, the family and the children can be an important motivator for female entrepreneurs. But at the same time, it can be a constraint through they pursue their entrepreneurial activity or their firm growth or many related things. So, yeah, I'd like to see the entire population and later, but still, I think individual differences and individual preferences can be partially explained by social factors. So I want to see that kind of thing. Yeah.
All right. Let's invite the question from the floor. Not much. And actually, I have the question, my own question about your slides. It's very interesting to introduce the Korean, the women entrepreneur statistics, and then I found that introduced the number of the money received, between the male and the female, entrepreneur firms, and then I see very little difference. So could we interpret it as in terms of financing in the venture? There could be.
Do you mean the table about sources of?
So,
yeah.
I don't know the statistical significance exists, but relatively speaking, eyeballing levels, not big difference. So in terms of amount of money, funding for the women-led venture firms in Korea, in the Korean context, I see relatively less, difference or discrimination. And is it true? Or
Yeah.
Is it fair if I?
Actually, in a statistics, male-led firm also get very low funding, external funding, like female. But if we focus on the VC or angel, the 1.2% of male-led firm get funding, but female is only 1.0. Yet, the male-led firms also, use their private investment, personal investment, and family-backed loans or family funding, and informal funding. They use also a lot of. However, if we focus on the formal sources and external and government loans, and then women are much less likely to get those kind of funding. So I think is a one important factor to produce gender inequality in entrepreneurship in Korea still. Yeah.
Okay. And also the question is, in terms of the types of business or industries, the women-led venture firms are pretty much skewed into the wholesale service, the business, and other related, very specific, small number of the businesses. Is there any kind of notion that the women-led ventures can be better in addressing this kind of sustainability issues? If you get that
Could
kind
you
of
explain more?
So I want to know that women's kind of characteristics or the experience or their social roles in tradition can help them better identify business opportunity in addressing this sustainable issues in terms of environment and then social problems. Let's say, for example, Professor Kim Sun-tae's presentation before, he mentioned kind of the animals abandoned and then taking care of that animals and the entrepreneurs who take care of that issue is the woman. So I see lots of Michigan, entrepreneur, case is on the basis led by the women entrepreneurs. So that kind of, the identifying the social, failures or problems and challenges, and then the female entrepreneurs were better identifying and addressing that kind of issue. And I want to know that if that could be the possibilities.
Yeah, the most recent research found that women are more likely to found social ventures when they choose their industry or their type of firms. And as I explained, that women are more motivated by they pursue economic goals, but at the same time the non-economic value or social values are more important in many cases of female entrepreneurs. So the most recent research I found that the authors found that women are more inclined to social values and they're more likely to found social ventures compared to their male counterparts. So I think the women's their identity as a entrepreneurs, that they more pursue the sustainability or ESG or kind of that. I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay. And also the question in the Korean context will be the regional equality, or so the women-led ventures will be most popular in Seoul and the metropolitan area, or the urban area, or the rural, or the other regions. Do you see any?
I found no significant differences across the region in Korea. I think Korean is, compared to U.S., Korean is a small society. But I found that, Daejeon is, KAIST around. In most successful young female entrepreneurs, I found that, they commonly graduated from KAIST, So, and in that sense, I think the women's, from the socialization process from the childhood, we have to educate them more risk-taking and more innovative and more, there is no differences between, men and women in terms of math or engineering and so on. So, but I could not find significant regional differences, but, about education is really important factor. Yeah.
And also, is there any chance that the digitalization and the more high tech, like the STEM, area, technology will free the women and the gender, the biases? Is it the possibility? In that case, if we educate more the women in those areas, and then digitalization's advances, then probably this kind of gender concerns, discrimination might be diluted or disappear. Do you think? Be the possibility?
Yes. It is one of the important solution, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Let's wrap up the session in that way. All right. Any further questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your.
Well, we are moving to another session, session 4. But for that session, we need a new arrangements that should be more suitable for a panel discussion. So please give us, say, 3 minutes, okay?
I think, yeah, you can see it, right? Please be seated, all the panelists. Hi, everyone. This is the last session of today, and this is not the last, but I mean, not the least. This session is about a voice from the young and around the world. So I've been always thankful for the KAIST because whenever KAIST has a conference or events, they allocated some time for the youth and voice from the young. So thank you so much for that. So we have a very, today distinguished guest from KAIST students and also all the entrepreneurs, the living legend or soon to be living legend for this climate-related issues. So this is the session, and we have chosen the themes for this session is exploring climate-related entrepreneurship and what we expected more. I'll be the moderator. So my name is Byung-il Jang. Very nice to meet you. I'm the founder and CEO of the Green Idea Lab, which you never heard of. It's this consulting firm. I give consulting services and advisory services to those who are willing to achieve carbon neutrality. Yeah, okay. So very nice to meet you. And from the side, Kim Hang-seo, he's the, I'm going to introduce for you briefly, right? And you will all have the chance to make your comments. So Kim Hang-seo, let me shift the show, right? He's the also founder and CEO of the many companies. He's the real entrepreneurs. So he's CEO of KAIST and Manglove, and also what is that last one?
Dream sharing.
Dream sharing. Yes, he has 3 wonderful companies right now, and we have Shalar, Gertrude. Do I pronounce it right? Yes. All right, thank you. She's from Ghana, and she's the student at KAIST Social Entrepreneurship MBA. It's belong to the KOICA program. Yes. Okay, and we have Ms. Duan Hong Thi. She's from Vietnam, and she's also the same course, right, at Social Entrepreneurship MBA. And we have Im Jong Lim, and she is the founder and CEO of the Farmer's Basket, and she's a student at your SEMBA, right, at Social Entrepreneurship MBA. And we have the next guest, Jo Sung-in. She's soon to be the founder of CEO for some company. So she's now a student for the Green Business Program at KAIST. And final panelist, She is the JONG. She's the also founder and CEO of HYUN, right? The company named HYUN. Also the students at Impact MBA at KAIST. So these are the panel discussions today, and let me start by welcoming Mr. Hang-Seok Kim for his inspiring story. Okay, Hang-Seok, the floor is yours. Just flicker.
Thank you for the introduction. We'll sit in to the presentation. Standing in front of a professor always creates too much suspense, as an entrepreneur. So, feel like a dissertation defense. So. My name is Hang-Seok Kim, and it says next, but I don't know how to do it. Okay, got it. Title is Carbon Reduction and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It's two supposed to be work as intertwined, but at the field, it works separately. Like NGOs and ODA project partners always go after the UN Sustainable Development, UN SDGs, but then these carbon reduction developers always go only the carbon reductions. But the design is supposed to work intertwined. So let me explain about that. But before, as Mr. Jang mentioned, I established 3 companies, and still I'm managing it. People always ask me how. Just have less sleep. You can always do it. And I begin with Dream Sharing. Dream Sharing is a nonprofit social coup, and it's for I initiated for the helping the neighbors, youngsters who are underprivileged, and somehow I got a donation from SK Innovation, and then they asked me to go to Vietnam and initiate a social enterprise. I said, why not? I didn't even know it was planting mangrove trees, and I never been to Vietnam until that point. So I just went there, and before I mention about the second company, Mangrove, he said mangrove, but then my Vietnamese employees always pronounce it as a mangrove. Let me explain about my baseline of my entrepreneurship. The first is time. I should say longer, better. If a plan is longer, if I do more slowly, makes less risk, less mistakes. And also when I do something longer, then it creates more sincerity and integrity. This is not new, actually. I learned from here in KAIST when I was attending this class. And the second is unlimited stakeholders. When I plan about stakeholders, who is the beneficiaries, who is the buyer, who is the investors, who is my community leaders. But then more and more stakeholders actually creates more entrepreneur business opportunity, because when I do the business, I always look for the modal point, MODA, the modal point. So when there's more people and more parties, I see the more conflicts and the point where we can, see the business opportunities. And third is data. I think the numbers don't lie, and also numbers give me the what I'm doing. It shows me my performance. So these are the 3 things I do my business based on. So next is that's where Javin is located. It's like 100 kilometers below southward from Ho Chi Minh City. It takes about 4 hours. And the right side picture is the ladies who wearing 3 ladies wearing the green shirts are my employees. And we took picture in front of my company in Javin when United Way Worldwide visited from United States and from Hanoi. I get fund from United Way. And I do only have a female employees in Vietnam, and they are all Vietnamese. First, when I initiate, I ask my Korean employees to go to Vietnam and to do the business, but then it always failed because we are lack of knowing the culture and the lack of networking. So I decided to hire
Vietnamese employee, and she asked me, can we actually hire more Vietnamese female officers, I mean the employees, because in countryside in Vietnam, it has a less chance for the females to have a decent office job. So I said, why not? I mean, you are the COO, and so just hire. So now doing pretty good. Actually, last 3 years, I was not able to visit Vietnam because of COVID-19, and the company actually grew a lot more than when I'm there. So she always asks me to just don't come to Vietnam. Yeah. And one thing about knowing the culture is like, you see on the right top corner, the building, there's 3 squares. Do you know what that is? Mr. Zhang, do you know what that is? On the right top corner, does it have a laser pointer? Okay, it does, yeah. Okay, right here.
I don't know what it is.
It's for the bird, swallow. Okay, in Vietnam, people actually make a portion of their house for the nest of a swallow, bird nest, 제비집. Yeah, and then they collect them and then sell it. So if you go to downtown of Jabin, there's the biggest gold color building is owned by somebody who collects and sells the bird nest to China. So this is something like knowing the culture of the region. There's no way we can figure out. I mean, you have to go there and live there and meet the people who live there. And this is the satellite image of Jabin. Do you know what this is?
Rice fields?
That's most Koreans said, actually. Actually, it's a shrimp farm. So, Jabin, it's the 80% of Vietnam's export, shrimp export actually, is from the Mekong Delta area. In Korea, we import shrimps from 3 countries, like China, Ecuador, and Vietnam. So when you are in Korea eating shrimp and it's from Vietnam, it's a highly possibility that it's from Jabin, where my office is. And because it's a brackish water, that means like a seawater plus river water put together, because then you use less antibiotics when the water has a certain level of salt level. But that means that region, whole Mekong Delta area region is the altitude is low and is very vulnerable. But the problem is Mekong Delta area, just like other Delta area, it's we call rice bowl of Vietnam. All the crops and the vegetation, like the farmings from this Mekong Delta area feeds whole Vietnam, not only Vietnam, to the other countries nearby, neighboring countries. So the problem is when the sea level rise, what's going to happen is, I don't know, I mean, I'm mentioning this like 100 times, like 1,000 times, people don't listen to me, but then DiCaprio mentions one time, tweeted, and everybody studies about it. So yeah, that's the point. And that's why SK asked me to go there and then start planting mangrove trees. I'm doing that, and wow, okay, that's the tree. Mangrove trees, and that's, you know, those separate ones up there, that's all the mangrove trees I've been planting for the last 6 years. And that's my workers planting mangrove trees.
Why do you plant them? Like, what's the purpose? What do they do?
A very good question, actually, yes. Okay, since you mentioned about the carbon offsets. Okay, the companies, actually no, when first the companies did it for as a CSR program, because planting mangrove trees certainly gives biodiversity and it's reforesting it. So it being cut out because of shrimp farms, and then we just bring it back to retrofitting to the original condition, so which is good. And also, you know, more and more mangrove trees on the coastline, it can prevent like a tsunami. In Indonesia, the academic professors find out that like a 15 minutes it can hold for, and that's a long time for when disaster happens. And also it prevents the salt water coming into the inland, which is very important for the farmers. And also the carbon reduction, blue carbon. And I know like Microsoft planted like 100,000 million trees, but then it burned, in like Seattle area. But then these mangroves, you know, we don't have to worry about wildfire because it's in the water. Yeah, so that's one thing. So we do the reforestation and afforestation, and also I create lots of education materials for the kids and also the government officers about the disasters and about climate changes and about the mangrove trees. And this is like a few weeks ago, like SK, which is the biggest donor for our company, actually visited. They usually come like twice or three times a year and then do the mangrove planting together. And this is a very, very unique thing because before we planted trees on the coastline, but then now we are planting the trees on shrimp farm. By planting mangrove trees in the shrimp farm, the shrimp farmers use less antibiotic, those kind of medicines, use less pesticides, and also the mangrove trees creates the nutrients for the shrimps, so which is good, and also, you know, trees. Planting trees, nobody oppose about it. We all love trees, so. And yeah, why I was in Korea, not able to visit my company, yeah, my employees in Vietnam, they made a contract with United Way, they made a contract with CMA CGM, like APL Logistics, Hapag-Lloyd. These are all like, you know, one of the biggest these commercial shipping companies in the world. Yeah, and doing good. And recently we added the Bell for good. It's a French food company. You're probably known for like a Raffing Cow cheese cubes that sells. And my last company is called KCCTS. It says a carbon trade standard. We trade carbon credits. But this is thing that I believe. When we do carbon reduction properly, UN SDGs are fulfilled. Not all 17, but at least few, like 3, 5, 6. When we do UN SDGs well, then carbon are reduced in that region. So I believe in this, and this is supposed to happen. And to me, this is the modal point. That's where I'm standing. And I'm doing business in India, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Ghana, Ethiopia, and Vietnam. And these are the fields that I'm doing business. I provide a special kind of bamboo. By the way, bamboo is not tree. Even though it's in Korea it's tenamu, but it's not namu. It's not tree. So we provide this special kind of bamboo, and also the LED lighting replacement, and fuel replacement project, and biomass, as a Professor Sean had told previously. And also we do micro gasifier supply project, which I will briefly explain about it, and mangrove forestry and bio DAC and bio CCUS, and provide alternative bricks to the people. And this is the called TLUD. It's a micro gasifier, and there's only two entities who does this project. One is Atmosphere in Germany. They do this project and they provide carbon credits to Lufthansa, Mercedes-Benz, or BMW. It's a non-profit organization in Germany. And the other one is KCSTS and EcoNexus. We're working together. By the way, EcoNexus is also established by KAIST alumni. So we're working together. And this project fulfills 8 UN SDGs. Why I'm emphasizing about UN SDGs? The current carbon credit market is failing, as Professor Sean mentioned about it, and only those highest quality carbon credits can survive. And what is highest quality? Is the how many tons reduced? Is the methodology? No, it's the people. Because the whole idea about these carbon reductions and carbon credit trading is about, and is designed by United Nations is for helping the underdeveloped or least developed countries. So it has to be, the beneficiary has to be the people who is living there. Like a Microsoft and all these global companies paying money for it. They gain the carbon credit, and who getting the benefit from it? It's the people. But now it's not working that way. That's the problem. So my idea is to help them, to make them to earn money, to all the benefits has to go to them. And this is the micro gasifier. People probably say, like, isn't it cook stove? Looks like cook stove. She's cooking it. Yeah, it is. But then the whole idea of a micro gasifier is making the charcoal at home while they are cooking. So it's earn while you cook. So they make charcoal from the wood, and then while they're cooking it, they're making it charcoal, and they can sell it. So this area is West Bengal in India. They usually spend like a 20% of their monthly income for buying the firewood. But then now they don't have to spending money for it because they are actually making money from making charcoal and selling it. And while they're making charcoal, it creates heat. So they can cook using no money at all. So that's the basic idea. And to fulfill more local employment, and especially for the women in that area, I made the factory in that region, and also and this is the picture. Like, you know, this is the baseline. That's like 3 stone. The previously they used, and you know, you can see that it creates lots of smoke. And this is at home using the micro gasifier, TLUD, and that's almost no smokes. And then they come up with this charcoal, and there's a buyers of a charcoal who's buying it, and then they bring it to the big cities. So, and also, why the charcoal is important? When you provide cook stoves in Africa, they used to use the 3 stones. And usually it's the ladies who is cooking it. When they're cooking it, they don't have to cut the wood when using the 3 stones. They can just use that long piece of wood, just keep feeding it. But then when these people bring a cook stove and then ask them to use it, they don't want it to because they have to cut down the wood and making work more harder. So that's why a few months ago there was like a scandal of cook stove carbon credits because nobody using it at all. Now that's why I initiate this one, because they are using it because they have to make money from selling charcoal. So, and providing charcoal is also one of it's a carbon credits thing because it can replace other things like previously using the low quality core and replacing it to charcoal. So that's how we design it. And so basically, the whole idea about this carbon credit, it's like you have to know the baseline, do the math, but then you need to know the culture and the society and the neighboring who is there and who you will aim these benefits for. And you have to just make sure the whole idea of carbon credits for the people in underdeveloped or least developed country, people living in there. So we have to design on something that's helping them to make it as the highest quality carbon credit. And yeah, that's my, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Hang-seok. I met him like 10 years ago at KAIST. We went to the KAIST together, and we're in like a different major. But he's been always like motivation for me to move forward in this sector, sustainability. And so thank you so much. A lot of lessons, and especially the lesson without CEO, the business is still going on, right? Yeah, it's a good lesson.
Yeah, it's working better.
All right. So speaking of, let's just talk about a little bit more about what Hang-seok has delivered. There were some challenges, right? And you were trying to find a way to address the challenges. So because his business is related in Vietnam, we have fortunately we have our panel from Vietnam. So Duan Hong, would you share your thoughts on his business and any ideas? Yeah.
So Firstly, I want to thank you for your meaningful experience presentation, and also thank you for doing your business in Vietnam. So firstly, may I ask our professor and professional here, have you ever been in Vietnam before? So actually now I'm studying in South Korea, but I feel like two countries very close, and I'm very happy when study here, and then in the near future come back to Vietnam and contribute as much as I can for the both country and the partnership. So come back to the social enterprise of Hansok. So firstly, that you are doing the social business in agriculture sector. So I think that it's have a big potential because it could be among the top priority of the Vietnamese government, and especially in a very friendly environmental way. But however, you do face some challenges that you have mentioned, because I think as you're doing contribute to social value in a foreign country, you might be possible to face some problem with networking, with contact to channel or grow your business. So based on my understanding, I think that I want to point out three key important keys about it's very highly appreciated for the successful social enterprise in Vietnam. They are development potential, the regionality, and also the companionship of the government. So I believe that the Vietnamese people, they are very hardworking, and they are willing to learn the new technique or the new knowledge. But if we want them to stay with our business for a very long time, we need to show them the value, and especially connect to the nature of their local areas, because we embrace our culture so much. We embrace our value of the society. So the root culture in my country is about the village. So if we can connect them, we will be able to work with them for a long time. And another thing is we should fit our social enterprise with the culture and be accompanied with the local government, and also with maybe with the trustful social and a local social enterprise in Vietnam. And the second thing I want to mention is about the branding. So there is so many organizations in Vietnam, such as Vietnam Business Council for Sustainable Development, or the Center for Social Initiative Promotion, and so many other organizations. They are very supportive and active in the community of social enterprise. So I think that based on your challenges, so don't isolate ourselves, but try to reach out to these organizations, because we all try to contribute the good for the society. So this is my opinions. Yeah.
Thank you, the one. When are you going to graduate from this school?
Hopefully December.
Hopefully December this year, right? Hangzhou, are you planning to hire or invite her as a CSO for you?
Oh yeah, certainly.
Very great. Thank you. Any comments for?
Oh yeah, and thank you for the advice. There are about 10,000 Korean companies in Vietnam, and Vietnam is becoming the next China, isn't it? Becoming world factory. And I think Vietnam needs to focus more on the nature and environment to prevent any more of harmful things happens to the nature of Vietnam.
All right. So it's enough for Hansuk's story, and we have other great panel here. So JIHYUN. So I was told that you have lived and experienced in many African countries like Ethiopia and South Africa, right? Yes. Is it correct?
Yes.
Would you share your story about living in there and what you are doing right now?
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is JONG, and I'm from South Korea, and I'm holding a startup company called HYUN, and I'm gonna share my story in Africa. Okay. So basically, I have a bachelor in mushroom. So I was through the KOICA project, I was sent to Africa, especially in Malawi, for the project with a goal for the local farmers' income generation, and also producing the nutritious agriculture products through the mushroom production. And since then, I've stayed in Africa for 5 years, especially not only in Malawi, but also South Africa, Botswana, and Zambia, and Ethiopia, and the east and southern part of Africa. And during my staying, in Africa, I witnessed how climate change impacts in Africa, because I faced a serious drought at the ground, and I saw the unexpected floods and how it impacts on the farmers and their harvest. So it leads the crop price fluctuation. So it leads the farmers, the local people can't afford the basic crops, basic food. So, and physically their staple food is maize. And for the maize cultivation, African rainforest is being slashed and burned to turn into the farmland. So I saw it's the major reason for the climate change, and also because it accelerated the carbon emission. So, and also it leads to the climate change, also leads to again to the food insecurity. So my project, mushroom cultivation, it requires the few resources, such as the small land. It can be cultivated vertically, so it requires the small land and small amount of water and small amount of power. So it was fitting for the providing not only for the oxygen, but also for the food in Africa. So this experience makes me to start up the business.
Okay. Oh, yes, really great, because your business has been started on the foundation of what you have experienced in Africa. Just quick questions. What brought you there? How did you visit Africa at first? What was the reason?
Oh, actually, it was that KOICA project was for from my professor's project, KOICA project. Yes.
All right, good. Okay, so I think HYUN has pointed out very good things, issues, which is climate resilient agriculture, right? I personally believe this is a chance for the future entrepreneurs to penetrate in. So, if Scheller, you have any thoughts on that? Because since our business is happening in Africa and everything.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jan, and well said, Gian. Talking about climate agriculture and its resilience, based on my experience in Korea here so far, and comparing to African countries, of which Ghana is no exception, I have conceived an idea of which I will very soon implement it when I get back to Ghana. That is waste management. I'm very soon going to implement a project in that. Improper waste management in Ghana is causing a lot negative effect. When we cast our minds back on June 3rd, 2015, there was a heavy downpour in Ghana, which there was a massive flood with a tender fire that claimed about 150 lives. not to talk about properties and other things. This is due to improper planning and a whole lot, improper waste management. So I have decided that since governments cannot handle this challenge alone, there is a need for private company involvement. Though in Ghana, we already have some few private waste management companies, but that is not enough. They are not being able to take up this challenge. So I have decided that if I get back to my country, I'm going to start and also extend it to other African countries to at least reduce the effects of these climate actions in my country and Africa as a whole. And Mr. Kim also mentioned about charcoal and its activities that they use. In Africa, we use charcoal a lot. When you go to the urban areas, they actually, most of them are into these charcoal businesses. And for that matter, they cut down trees. And anytime it is raining with kind of winds, it's actually unroof their buildings by rendering them homeless. And this is due to improper education about climate actions. So there is a need for education about the consequences and causes, and then also a behavior change towards our own actions. So there will be a need for the government and private concerned citizens to organize kind of educational programs to educate the public using the various platforms to let them be aware of their behavior. Things like when you pour your waste inside the gutters, the consequences that it will cause. Maybe the public is still not aware of this, so there is a need for education about climate actions and its consequences. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we are all here, audiences. We are all, witnessing how powerful one woman can change the world, right? So, I don't know. When did you think you would be, entrepreneurs? I mean, when did the idea just start? Come out? Is this back in your time in Ghana, or you were started studying in here, Korea?
Thank you very much, Mr. Jan. I actually conceived this idea in our entrepreneurship class by Professor Pike.
Who's
I don't know.
Professor Park?
Professor Pike.
Oh, Baek 교수님. All right. Okay.
Yes. 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 And she is into agriculture, and he too is into agriculture. So I'm going to partner with them. I'm going to actually use this waste. I'm going to recycle the waste. And then the food aspect of the waste, I'm going to recycle them into fertilizers and sell to them. Mm-hmm. And then the plastic aspect of the waste, I'm going to use it to recycle into anything plastic like bottle, and then sell it to the society.
Thank you. Education is really important, right? Really, really. So let us talk about a little bit more about education. Jongnim, did you have any special an experience, and what do you think about the educations for entrepreneurs?
Well, I think most of you will agree with me. I have very strong belief that importance of educating and engaging the public in fight against climate change cannot be overstated. And the public awareness and understanding are the key to driving meaningful actions and fostering collective responsibilities. And by prioritizing the education at all levels, we definitely can empower the individuals to or the next generations to become environmentally conscious leaders and change makers. And as entrepreneurs, we play a very important and unique role in driving change. And I think we can first start off with something small, like organizing workshops, seminars, or campaigns to educate the public, especially the young people, about climate science, sustainable technologies, or practical solutions. If we can go further, we can probably create platforms for dialogue and collaborations to foster shared responsibilities and encourage individuals to take action into their own lives and communities. And also, we can develop a, I don't know, maybe like user-friendly apps or online platforms, community-based initiatives that offer guidance on waste reduction strategies, renewable energy options, sustainable living, and etc. Or for example, maybe we can have a mobile app like that connects users to local sustainable businesses, or maybe telling them tips on reducing carbon footprints or tracking environmental impact. And I'm sure that these can encourage the broaden adoption of eco-friendly practices, and these will eventually lead to encourage individuals to make environmentally conscious decisions in their daily lives.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. But by the way, where was it? Where did photo taken? It was.
So I love nature. I want Bees Green to ever last. So I love backpacking.
Is it ever last?
No, no,
okay,
of course not. It's in Gapyeong.
Oh, Gapyeong.
Yeah.
경기도 Gapyeong.
Yeah,
All right.
it's an hour away from here.
Oh, looks great, and you were happier in the photo here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I totally agree. The education and public awareness from the education is important, very important factors that not only for like fostering, the entrepreneurship and but also for the like climate related policies to be more effective. So it's very important. So whenever we implement some policies for doing some renewable energy projects there in the field, there is always a lack of public awareness. So we have to it takes more time and cost. So I think it's all really related. And now we have final panel here, right, Sung-in? We've been talking since we started this panel discussion. We have talking a lot about the challenges and difficulties, and you are soon to be like entrepreneurs. Are you still interested in starting your own business? Isn't it scary?
My answer is definitely yes, after hearing all the challenges. And yeah, I think I have to introduce what my business idea is. Basically, my business idea focuses on addressing the water scarcity issues in rural areas of developing countries that has limited or no access to the clean water. And if you ask me how I got inspired about the issues, I think I have to share a little bit about myself, including my characteristics, vision, and my previous work experience first. First of all, I'm a person who really enjoy learning something new and challenging myself, because I think life is a kind of journey of personal growth by learning from others and various experiences. And secondly, my vision is to contribute to making the world a better place. And every step in my life has been geared towards finding the answer to the question of how I can make a positive impact. And to get the answer, I started my career in the field of international development, and I mostly worked on the official development assistant projects. And through this work, I had abundant opportunity to meet different people from different countries and backgrounds. And I also had the chance to learn and study diverse sectors such as agriculture, of course, water and hygiene, and transportation, energy, and so on, all of which are related to climate issues. And through this work, I kind of realized that there is a significant role for businesses to play and engage actively in solving those issues related to climate change. And because businesses are very good at adapting to rapidly changing markets and utilizing their resources and technologies effectively. So I thought there is a room for business to get involved in solving those climate-related issues. That's how I got inspired in the first place. And I'm currently enrolled in the course of Green Business and Policy. And while I'm at the KAIST, I'm looking for the next steps to develop my business models and make some details related to my ideas. That's it.
All right, still, thank you. Just, give a big round of applause for her successful future, right? Great. Because since I listened to your story, motivations, I really wondered, I should have asked you at the beginning, what motivates you, Hang-seok, to start, and to live life like this?
Oh, well, what motivated me was anger, actually. Anger? Yeah, the whole design about this carbon reduction and carbon credits are actually for the people in these underdeveloped or least developed countries. But then, this benefit was not going to them. And to me, actually, when somebody asked me why I began this business, I always thought about the circular economy. To me, it's right now the economy is linear, in a sense where we dig out this fossil fuel from the ground, we burn it, and we bring it up to the atmosphere. It's linear. So we have to make it circular. And at that circular, 2 points meets the modal point is where the people are. And these people, in a sense of carbon credits, are us. But then we are not getting any benefit from it. And also when this gas price goes up, everything goes up, the inflation, we are the one who is paying for it. So, and to me, this makes me angry. So I tried to figure out how we can distribute, this whole idea about distribution. So it has to be distributed properly, all these carbon credits or the money and whatever that is has to be distributed to the beneficiary, to the people. So what motivated me was anger and distribution, yes.
Thank you for the unique answer. So I really, personally, I really want to address the climate change issues and other social issues, but the way now, the wise way to solve the problem is I'm gonna keep making you angry, so you can do it, right? Instead of me. So, all right, I think all of the audience is waiting for the chances to raise questions, but still, let me just give you just one last chance to make your final, comments, right? Each of you. So, Jian, if you have any comments and your thoughts on all the sessions and anything you want to say to the world, this is the time. Yeah.
Yes, I will do promotion for my company, my own startup. And I'm holding a startup company called HYUN from South Korea. And we are making the mushroom mycelium-based food products so that we can we aim to enhance the resilience of our food security to the changing this climate change. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sung-in? if you have.
My answer is targeting people like me who are in very early stage of preparing for the business model. And my message is that meet people and don't hesitate to share your thoughts and ideas, because if you share your ideas, even if it's not fully organized yet, people will introduce other people that you needed, and also they will come up with very amazing questions that you have never considered, and also people sometimes even give you the right answer you are looking for. So go outside and be people and share your thoughts and ideas. That's my answer. That's my message. Thank you.
Right. Good messages. And really want to, I'm wondering if what your MBTI is, but it's kind of personal information. So yeah, please tell me later, because it's very similar to the characteristics I have actually.
Currently,
Currently.
ENFJ.
ENFJ.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's perfectly same. That's why. All right. Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Well, I would like to talk about, not about what I just said, but about the previous session about the gender and the entrepreneur. And I personally had some experiences with a gender thing. I was in Girls in Tech, the nonprofit organization to raise awareness for women in technology. And I saw a lot of gender disparities, and it's still ongoing in a lot of, in our daily life, not only in developing countries, but also within already developed countries like here or in very different countries. And I think that if women and if we include more gender inclusivity is very important to solve not only the climate change issue, but a lot of different things. And then it will eventually make happy, sustainable world.
Thank you. Tuan, what's your final message to deliver?
Actually, my idea is about like, I would try to doing more research because now I'm working in a national university. And I think if there is any gap between academic and business, I hopefully can bridge that gap in the future. And I also have some insight about the previous session, especially the first session is about how entrepreneurship can deal with the adversity situation. So there's mention about scaling up and scaling deep. It's very impressed to me. So when scaling up is more likely about finance and will be in the short term, scaling deep is more likely about how you grow the impact on the society, and it will be in the long term and leading to sustainability. So the most important thing, the implication behind that is about how you can come up with the very deep insight about anything with your business, because you are the founder, so come up with anything that can stay with you for a long time, that can passionate you in a very long time, and that can benefit you in the long time. That's what my idea.
Thank you. Thank you for the message. Mr. Schaller? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. My last message is that I need people who partner with me to campaign for climate action and its consequences that it has for lives. People who partner with me so that we can draw or create awareness and then also clean Africa to save lives. That is all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Hang Seo.
Well, my last message is like the carbon neutrality is just 4 easy steps. One is measure, and the second is to reduce, and third is offset, and fourth is report. But then this whole simple idea is not kept, and the companies are focused more on just offset, and that's why the Professor Sean Hyatt mentioned about they're just buying the carbon credit as indulgence. But then it's supposed to be actually you have to reduce first and to measure first. But then companies doesn't do that because it just costs too much money. I guess we all need to be angry at it because it's us who's gonna change it. Just become a watchdog for these companies and the countries actually, to make it this almost impossible. Actually, to be honest, I was really shocked at Professor Sean Hyatt's message actually. It's almost impossible. It's not innovation. You have to go beyond that in order to reduce the carbon level and then to prevent 1.5, which I believe I think it's impossible to keep it. But anyway, we have to be more crazy. The entrepreneurs need to be crazy about reducing the carbons.
Thank you. Please allow me to, have some questions from the floor if you have. Yeah. Feel free to make any comments to the, entrepreneurs here. No problem. Anybody? Okay. Yeah.
This is more about my personal thought about today's session rather than question, because first of all, I was really shocked about how women are out there talking about entrepreneurship, because I heard the keynote speech today first from Professor HYUN from the University of Texas that maybe including Korea, it is quite difficult for us to actually experience failure because the environment is not so good to the people who failed before. So he mentioned that it is how important it is to make the environment to accept the failure and then give some positive and constructive feedback to them. And from now on, I see those people out there, of course, men out there, but also women. 5 women is more than majority of women are out there. So the thought that I have right now is that KAIST can be the very good place for those women and men and all the people to experience good failure and get some positive and constructive feedback from the class. Maybe that's how they are out there right now. So I hope those kind of environment and helpful classes and other support should be kept going on. That's my kind of hope as a student in KAIST. So it was very inspiring for me too, hearing your stories, and thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please, you said that you were students at KAIST. What's your name and what's your major?
So my name is Hyun Shin, and I studied in Green Business and Policy program, like Songin out there. And I am also the person who learned a lot and learned how to fail, maybe, at some point. But still, I am quite confident with my knowledge and those network that I built here. So that is what I want to kind of emphasize here today. Thank you.
Thank you. You will be the next year's panel, I think. You should be. So here, maybe could you deliberate? Yes, for Professor Sean. Yeah.
I just have a similar comment. It's best session of today, and I'm extremely inspired by all 6 of you. Congratulations on your successful venture, and I hope the best for all 5 of you in your ventures, because you're out there to make a difference, but also create like an ongoing concern. I mean, a real venture that could succeed. The last comment is, I'm just so inspired by KAIST. Wow. I mean, if only my university could produce students like this, right? So I guess this goes to Professor Park and all the other faculty here who are running this impactful business program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please allow me to close these sessions by echoing those key takeaways that I have learned throughout this session today. Out there, I mean, entrepreneurs who are interested in addressing these issues, please be brave and faced with all the issues that you think you have to tackle, and you think the conventional approach that a tackle were made by the major economic players, if you think it sucks, then and you think you were gonna do on your own way, please act it. Okay, please do it right now. And welcome to the world for failure. And we're gonna, don't worry, it's world for failure. So we're gonna support with all our heart. Okay. So thank you so much.
All right, so let me make just one mini closing remark, okay? So I'm standing here right now, very proud of what we've done today. I'm really proud of the big success of the K-ESG conference. We explored several important but less studied issues at the intersection of entrepreneurship, sustainability, and green business. I'd like to say thank you to all speakers, discussants, panelists, and session chairs who shared great insights with us and made this conference the most memorable one. I also thank all participants online and offline. I hope you found all sessions interesting, useful, and meaningful to you. KAIST College of Business has consistently emphasized the importance of doing research on sustainability and entrepreneurship, and also making contributions to international community by offering high quality education based on green business and policy, social entrepreneurship MBA, and now Impact MBA program. We'll continue to strengthen our research and teaching capability, and we will continue to reach out to you, to the academic community, and to the world. So I would not say goodbye for a closing remark. Instead, let me just say, we look forward to meeting you again in the not too distant future. Thank you. Thank you. Well, the last part of the conference is taking a group photo. Okay, so all participants and guests who are here right now in this conference room, please come on up here and gather together, maybe around this between these two podiums.
fighting.